中心內設有專業文物保護修復實驗室，着力全方位提升科技保護建築文物嘅能力，
戮力培養本地修復人才，並展示國家喺建築文物保護領域嘅前沿技術同成果。澳門故宮文化遺產保護傳承中心嘅建設，將使澳門文物保護修復工作受益於故宮博物院強大嘅專業力量同技術支撐，成為多方合作同技術交流嘅新平台，助力澳門建立更為完善嘅建築遺產修復力量同體系，為澳門文化遺產保護工作書寫新篇章。
I will be there for you when the sun is shining down, when all of your dreams come true, or the world stops spinning round, just like the ocean to the sea, or like the wind into a breeze. I'm here to stay, and I'm with you, always. La da 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 da. Every moment, every day, here by your side, always.
文化遺產係本澳珍貴嘅文化資源。為咗共同守護我哋嘅文化遺產，文化局現已設立文化遺產全民通報站。大家如果發現文物建築受損，例如塗鴉、建築物失修、損毀或其他影響到文化遺產嘅狀況，就應該通報。大家可以透過呢啲渠道向文化局進行通報。文物問題齊通報，全民合作共保護。
Attention in pit lane, GP cars. Macao Grand Prix Museum treasures every legendary moment on the Gia circuit. Feel the speed and the excitement without limits. Try interactive games suitable for the whole family. Immerse yourself in the Macao Grand Prix Museum.
路環咧係以前有好幾個古稱嘅，佢又叫做鹽灣啦、鹽座灣啦。我哋葡文嘅名字咧嘅路環咧都係叫庫魯灣啊。咁其實呢個係從過路灣咁樣音譯過嚟嘅。喺路環呢一度咧，你會見到有好多廟宇嘅，佢係反映住漁民同埋一啲海上神明嘅重要連結啦，尤其是我哋所指嘅譚公。
路環一直被譽為澳門嘅後花園。依舊保存咗昔日漁村嘅風貌，而旅客咧亦都特意嚟到呢一度咧，享受呢度寫意悠閒嘅環境。
路環仲有好多值得發掘嘅地方，大家有時間不妨嚟路環呢一度悠閒地感受一下。
路環咧係澳門嘅後花園，山明水秀。除非你係好趕時間嘅，如果唔係，你真係坐低飲杯，感受下大自然嘅氣息，冇得彈嘅真係。
This is a unique place in Macau. You cannot find anywhere with an environment like this.
而家好多
人咧都好中意放假過嚟路環，所以我哋鋪頭咧做啲新式啲嘅甜品，俾佢哋開心遊歷下路環。
我哋係旅客安全嘅引路人，以禮待客係我哋嘅使命。
我哋係旅客嘅購物伙伴，以禮待客係我哋嘅宗旨。
我哋係旅客嘅美食導覽員，以禮待客係我哋堅定嘅信念。
我哋係旅客嘅策劃者，以禮待客係我哋嘅核心價值。
我哋係旅客遊澳門途中嘅家，以禮待客係我哋嘅承諾。
我哋用心多一啲，旅客嘅旅程就更圓滿一啲。旅遊大使，你我都是。
白鴿巢前地等多個廣場空間。我哋嚟睇下下一則新聞。喺北京時間7月15日下午4時10分，正在南非舉行嘅第29屆世遺大會宣布，澳門歷史建築群被列入世界遺產名錄，成為我國第31處世界遺產，並重新命名為澳門歷史城區。
蘭蘭到，心仔到。河東圖書館係集合咗歷史、聖奧斯定堂係一座位於澳門崗頂前嘅。鄭家檔啦係近代中國著名思想家鄭觀嘅故居啦。咁後來鄭家下人四散，但係建築物咧被完整咁保留。
叔叔，似唔似啊？塔係澳門歷史城區嘅一部分。澳門歷史城區於2005年。我哋走啦。建於1860年嘅崗頂劇院，原名百多祿五世劇院，係中國第一座西式劇院。This is our temple。
媽閣廟建於明代中葉，喺澳門3大古廟之一。好多學者都認為喺葡萄牙人定居澳門之前，呢一度已有供奉媽祖嘅。
我哋一齊做呢個啦。好啊。
建築遺產係澳門城市可持續發展嘅寶貴資源，承載400多年來澳門多元文化交流互鑑、和諧共存嘅生動縮影。自2005年澳門歷史城區列入世界遺產名錄， 及2014年文化遺產保護法正式生效後，澳門文化遺產保護工作喺法制、管理、技術或普及推廣上都有長足嘅發展。
喺文物保護修復技術方面，
多年來喺遵循國際規範同經驗實踐下，確守住真實性、完整性、最少干預、可逆性以及可識別性等原則同理念，完成咗大量嘅修復工作同成果。
近年文化局開展嘅文物保護修復工作與時俱進，
力求緊隨現代科學理論同技術嘅創新發展，
促使文物保護修復工作更具科學性，
更好咁延續建築遺產嘅特色同價值，為推進澳門文化事業同文化產業向前發展。此前，文化和旅遊部與澳門特別行政區簽署關於建設澳門故宮文化遺產保護傳承中心合作備忘錄，設立澳門故宮文化遺產保護傳承中心，
為澳門嘅文物保護修復工作提供專業意見同技術支撐。中心內設有專業文物保護修復實驗室，着力全方位提升科技保護建築文物嘅能力，
戮力培養本地修復人才，並展示國家喺建築文物保護領域嘅前沿技術同成果。澳門故宮文化遺產保護傳承中心嘅建設，
將使澳門文物保護修復工作受益於故宮博物院強大嘅專業力量同技術支撐，
成為多方合作同技術交流嘅新平台，助力澳門建立更為完善嘅建築遺產修復力量同體系，為澳門文化遺產保護工作書寫新篇章。
I will be there for you when the sun is shining down, when all of your dreams come true, or the world stops spinning round, just like the ocean to the sea, or like the wind into a breeze. I'm here to stay, and I'm with you, and I'm with you always. La da 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 da. Every moment, every day, here by your side always.
文化遺產係本澳珍貴嘅文化資源，為咗共同守護我哋嘅文化遺產，文化局現已設立文化遺產全民通報站。大家如果發現文物建築受損，例如塗鴉、建築物失修、損毀或其他影響到文化遺產嘅狀況，就應該通報。大家可以透過呢啲渠道向文化局進行通報。文物問題齊通報，全民合作共保護。
Attention in pit lane. Attention in pit lane. GP cars. Macao Grand Prix Museum treasures every legendary moment on the Gia circuit. Feel the speed and the excitement without limits. Try interactive games suitable for the whole family.
But Danny has just proved that for us because he's got the pass. He's now below 2.5 seconds.
Immerse yourself in the Macao Grand Prix Museum.
路環咧係以前有好幾個古稱嘅，佢又叫做鹽灣啦、鹽座灣啦。我哋葡文嘅名字咧嘅路環咧都係叫庫魯灣。咁其實呢個係從過路灣咁樣音譯過嚟嘅。喺路環呢一度咧，你會見到有好多廟宇嘅，佢係反映住漁民同埋一啲海上神明嘅重要連結啦，尤其是我哋所指嘅譚公。
路環一直被譽為澳門嘅後花園，依舊保存咗昔日漁村嘅風貌，而旅客咧亦都特意嚟到呢一度咧，享受呢度寫意悠閒嘅環境。
路環 環仲有好多值得發掘嘅地方，大家有時間不妨嚟路環呢一度悠閒地感受一下。
路環咧係澳門嘅後花園，山明水秀，除非你係好趕時間嘅，如果唔係你真係坐低飲杯，感受下大自然嘅氣息，冇得彈嘅真係。
This is a unique place in Macau. You cannot find anywhere with an environment like this.
而家好多人咧都好中意放假過嚟路環，所以我哋鋪頭咧做啲新式啲嘅甜品，俾佢哋開心遊歷下路環。
我哋係旅客安全嘅引路人，以禮待客係我哋嘅使命。
我哋係旅客嘅購物伙伴，以禮待客係我哋嘅宗旨。
我哋係旅客嘅美食導覽員，以禮待客係我哋堅定嘅信念。
我哋係旅客嘅策劃者，以禮待客係我哋嘅核心價值。
我哋係旅客遊澳門途中嘅家，以禮待客係我哋嘅承諾。
我哋用心多一啲，旅客嘅旅程就更圓滿一啲。旅遊大使，你我都是。
白鴿巢前地等多個廣場空間。我哋嚟睇下下一則新聞。喺北京時間7月15日下午4時10分，正在南非舉行嘅第29屆世遺大會宣布，澳門歷史建築群被列入世界遺產名錄，成為我國第31處世界遺產，並重新命名為澳門歷史城區。
蘭蘭到，心仔到。河東圖書館係集合咗歷史、聖奧斯定堂係一座位於澳門崗頂前嘅。鄭家當啦係近代中國著名思想家鄭觀嘅故居啦。咁後來鄭家下人四散，但係建築物咧被完整咁保留。
叔叔似唔似啊？塔係澳門歷史城區嘅一部分。澳門歷史城區於2005年。我哋走啦。建於1860年嘅崗頂劇院，原名百多六五世劇院，係中國第一座西式劇院。This is our temple。
媽閣廟建於明代中葉，喺澳門三大古廟之一。好多學者都認為喺葡萄牙人定居澳門之前，呢一度已經有供奉媽祖嘅。
Alright, good morning everybody and welcome back to day 2 of the 2026 Macao Match Cup, the opening stage of the 2026 World Match Racing Tour. Yesterday we saw 12 teams from 7 nations open up the qualifying stage where 8 races were completed. Today we will continue with the qualifying stage with the intention to complete another 8 of the 22 flights remaining. We're just about to head out on the racetrack where we will be joining Flight 9. And just to recap the results from yesterday, we saw an impressive start by both Ian Garetta and Oscar Engstrom, who ended the day with 4 wins apiece. They are being trailed by Peroz, Borch and Burnson, all on 3 points. Down in 6th place overall at the moment is Zach West from Australia on 2 points, trailed by a flurry of teams led by Tapper, Prendergast, Pico, Egnod Johnson and Torre, all on 1 point, whilst in 12th position right now is Finnegan from Ireland with 0 wins on the board. So we're back out on the outer harbour of Macau here. We're in Flight 1, Match 1. We have Christian Prendergast from the United States. He is the blue entry coming in from the pin end, up against Peroz from France. And as we just mentioned, Peroz currently undefeated so far at this event. And today we're back around to that southerly direction and currently seeing 5 to 6 knots on the racetrack. That is expected to build throughout the day. We're hoping to see maybe 16 to 17 knots this afternoon. You can see a bit of cloud cover in the distance. But with 2.5 minutes to go, we're finally getting out of the dial-up for Match 1. We can see them both well above the starting line at the moment. Peroz there electing to get out on port while Prendergast jibes round. He'll carry some speed into the next intersection here. So 2 minutes to go now. Both boats still above the race committee boat. Peroz does have just enough of a gap here to fit the jibe in. So we're expecting that to come in the next 25 seconds or so. But again, a southerly breeze here in the outer harbour of Macau. And Peroz here looking to get the jibe in. And he will lead back. The American team electing to trail. So 1:20 to go. And you can see just in the background there, so we do have a restriction zone just to allow some traffic in down on the Macau side of the racing area. The boats have to stay to windward of those red buoys. But 1 minute 5 to go. The Americans now trying to build some gauge up to windward. And the race committee ley line, that'll be their only concern. You're going to see the race committee vessel come into shot very soon. But Peroz here doing a good job. Both boats below that ley line, so we will get a start in. And it is Prendergast who is looking to take the right-hand side for race 1 here. So Peroz doing a very good job of coasting. The Americans 2 lengths up to windward. Peroz will control the speed build into the start here. And we expect the Americans will roll out onto port tack once they can clear that committee boat end. So another strong start from the French team. They had a great opening day yesterday, winning 3 of their matches. Prendergast a little bit further down the leaderboard. And the Americans forced to tack off quite early off the start line here, with the French team now heading left. And coming up into match 2, we are going to have Zach West from Australia enter from the left-hand side of the screen at the pin. He will be up against Tom Pico, also from Australia, entering in from the committee boat end. So quite a cloudy day here in Macau. Yesterday we had beautiful sunshine and great conditions for day 1. So match 2, Pico just coming across the committee boat end. Zach West on the left of your screen entering from the pin. These guys will be going to the green marker. So the race committee boat signalling that for the entry. And both these teams, Pico currently on 1 win after his 3 races yesterday. West managed to get 2 on the board. So West doing a good job of just going to leeward of Pico through the dial up. And both boats will now head out to the left-hand side. You can see some shipping movements in the background there. So they is a restriction zone for these boats. It's quite a tight starting box for them today here in Macau. And West going for his first jibe. He will get it in comfortably. But very light conditions, you can see here. We've only got 4 to 5 knots out on the racetrack. So teams will be emphasising speed in the pre-start here. And just as we see Zach go through his first circle, Pico also coming back around to get back on his stern as we head into the final 2 minutes of this pre-start. Big roll tacking here from the teams today. And with 2 minutes to go, Zach West will need to get his jibe in shortly to head back towards the start line. So both boats getting quite close here. West will lead in, Pico now trailing. And West going for another circle here, so that's quite surprising with only 1:40 to go. And Pico now still in the trailing position, so he'll have the option of jumping inside here and leading back if he wants. But West now turning back. And Pico as well going for the jibe here, so he will put himself down a little bit further in this starting box. West should be able to come across his bow. You'll see his bow go up shortly back towards the starting line, so the race committee lay line will be the only thing that Pico will be watching for now. Pico now trying to go for the roll. Can he get across West's bow here? So we do have a switch in the lead boat here. Pico doing a good job of getting in front of West. So West now has got to try and build some gauge between the boats. And you can see the big swing up here, so he's going to try and build off Pico. The French-Australian team down to leeward. They will control the speed build into this starting line. I imagine they'll be able to get a start in here. Pico's going to try and shut the door. He's got to watch out for the hook here. So West very close to getting a hook on Tom Pico. He's got very slow off the start line here. The boat's very close together here. So West will just keep pushing him up here. Pico will be forced to tack. The umpires will be looking for contact between the boats. White flag from both teams here. And Pico just doing enough to get round and out of West's way. He will be slow off the committee boat end as he tries to make the anchor chain. But really 2 unforced errors there by both teams there. West first leading into the start line. Pico managing to roll. But Pico trying to shut West out of the committee boat. It has cost him a little bit here. And we can just see match 1 coming around the bottom gate as match 3 here enters the starting box. We've got Cole Tapper in the red boat coming across the top of the committee boat here from Australia. He is up against Nick Egnock Johnson from New Zealand. So both these teams know each other very well, having raced on the match racing circuit for the last couple of years. Both teams not really enjoying a good opening day. Both only having one win on the board from their 3 starts so far. So it's going to be a hotly contested third race here for flight number 9. And Tapper here just electing to get out of the dial-up early. He's going to carry some speed out of it. So again, a southerly breeze here out in the outer harbour of Macau. We've got 6 knots currently on our weather station out there. And now Tapper goes into his first circle. Both these teams trying to get a win early in today's racing. Yesterday we did complete 8 races out of the 22 for qualifying. Nick EJ, the 2022 world champion. Tapper in his own right, the 24 youth match racing world champion. So both these teams know the game very well. And with 2 minutes to go, EJ is electing to head back towards the start line. Tapper having plenty of time to jump him if he wanted to. So at the moment, that indicates that Tapper may want the right-hand side. Both boats well above the committee boat here at the top of the screen. So Tapper will need to push quite hard. So still in these light air conditions, not a lot of manoeuvring from the boats. We've only seen a couple of circles over the last day and a half. And Nick Egnock Johnson will lead the boats back into the starting box with 1:10 to go. Tapper really watching that committee boat ley line. So Tapper bringing his bow up. 1 minute to go. He won't want to get locked just yet. And the Kiwis now leading in very light conditions, only down to 4 knots. So they're pulling their boom to windward here, trying to really affect Tapper and his team. Both boats quite well back off the start line here. So the Kiwis have the early jump here. They will be able to gas the Australians back up towards the line. And Tapper now very slow. So it looks like it's been a great time on distance by the Kiwis, turning back at about 2 minutes to go. They've controlled this pre-start in the light airs as the Australians look for some clear air at the moment. But the start gun will go, and it's going to be a big advantage early on to the Kiwis. You can see Tapper here struggling to get the boat back up to speed. We are hoping this breeze will build throughout the day. And Tapper going back too early here. He won't lay the committee boat, so he's going to be forced into another downspeed tack. The New Zealanders staying right with them here. You can see not a lot of breeze across the racetrack. So it will be Nick Egnock Johnson who will continue out to the right-hand side of the racetrack slightly here. He won't want to give up too much leverage with the Australian team. And Tapper now coming back on port, trying to keep the game back in the middle of the racetrack. And just as we can see here, match 1 is coming down to their finish. Whilst upwind just in front of us, we had West leading Pico. You can see those two boats coming across on port tack. That is match 2 in front of us. So Tom Pico in the blue boat, currently trailing Zach West in the yellow boat. And Nick Egnock Johnson, the 2022 world champion, now coming back on starboard. Now, he is not racing that boat to leeward. Tom Pico currently trailing Zach West in boat 3, just tacking back into picture now. Nick Egnock Johnson is racing the red boat of Tapper down to leeward here. So 2 matches again coming together. Pico will take a bit of a gain here from the intersection with match 3. But Nick Egnock Johnson pushing Tapper out to this left-hand side. So coming up into Mark 1 for match 3. They are heading to the yellow marker, I believe. Nick Egnock Johnson coming back on starboard tack. He doesn't want to get interfered with match 2 also coming into the top mark for their second time. Match 2 going to the green marker, so you can see just in the graphic here, they're just coming into screen. That will be West, who leads in the yellow boat, top of your screen here against Pico. But in our feature match here, Nick Egnock Johnson from New Zealand will lead into the top mark over Cole Tapper. As the Kiwis bring their bow down. Still very light conditions up the top mark here, only 6 knots. But you can see the Kiwis really working their boat to get back up to speed out of that mark. As the Aussies now come around a good 25 seconds behind. So a lot of work to do after leg 1 here. Kite rockets to the top of the mast. But it is a big delta already for Mark 1 in this race. Okay, we can just see match 2 coming into play here, and that was actually Tom Pico who has rolled across Zach West's bow on their final downwind. That match is going to the finish line. So Pico, who did this yesterday, trailed for the whole of the opening race of the day and managed to roll his opponent on the final downwind leg. He's done the same to West now. Question will be, can he hold on to it? But he's done a good job at the moment. But in the blue spinnaker out in front here, that is Nick Egnock Johnson racing Cole Tapper, who is still going out on port jibe. So 2 matches on the racetrack here. The New Zealand and Australian pair going to the gate here, so EJ electing to jibe back. He doesn't want to get the split too high here between the 2 boats. As the Aussies now come back at them, they'll be looking to try and get a split at the bottom of the course. But I don't think it's been that much of a gain on the downwind legs. EJ very slow at the bottom of the course though. Having a good look around for the breeze here for lap 2. Sam Barnett on the main. There's Zach Merton trimming down to leeward. And Chris Main up on the bow calling tactics. And Tapper will come round the same marker here. So the Australians still with a lot of work to do. Getting very close to West. In match 2, it is going to be Tom Pico who has come from behind. He trailed at the last top mark over Zach West, but managed to roll him and has held onto that lead for the final downwind leg. But in match number 3, it is the New Zealand team from the Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron who is going to lead up the final leg. Nice breeze now. You can see all the crew on the side of the boat. Merton just retrimming his sail. And Tapper here looks like he's actually made a small gain here. So still not over in this race. We are about halfway up the last beat. Breeze now up to 7 to 8 knots, maybe gusting to 10. And the New Zealanders come straight back across to the Australians. I'd expect to see the Australians tack pretty soon. They are getting out towards this ley line. And here they come. So EJ will plant one right on the face of the Australians as they come into the second top mark. They are going to the yellow marker here. But the Australians have clawed back some, but it's going to be a long slog on starboard into the top mark here. EJ doing a very good job of pushing them out to that right-hand side. Both boats practically on ley line. And the distance probably has halved, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough for the Aussies for this final downwind leg. Kiwis will need a good set here. And up goes the spinnaker for the final time. The Kiwis now. Not the greatest set here. Okay, that will slow them slightly. Can the Aussies get back into it? Kiwis just looking to resettle their boat, but the Aussies are in striking distance here, so it's going to be a spicy final downwind leg. Definitely close enough to attack for the Australians. New Zealand very low and slow here, so Tapper will gain some more. And we expect both boats will be waiting for that first jibe. Tapper looking to pounce and take his air. You can see Tapper trying to look under the spinnaker at the moment. Kiwis back up to speed now in front. Just using that speed just to come down a couple of degrees. So it will be all about this jibe here. Looks like quite a big right-hand shift. The boat's coming down to this right-hand side of the racetrack. It'll be one opportunity for the Australians, but the Kiwis look like they've done a bit of an extension here. That gap has gone back out to 3-4 lengths. So the Australians probably too far away to get on the breeze of the New Zealanders. And as we said, both boats now going for the jibe. So the Australians looking to try and gas the Kiwi team. It's been a good jibe by the Australians, but I'm not sure they're going to be close enough. EJ going right down to this corner. He'll use that speed to try and keep his air just in front of the white spinnaker. The Australians probably just off his breeze here. As the gate comes into the bottom mark, into picture. Both boats only got about 100 metres to go to the finish line, so the New Zealanders will hold on to this. And the Australians jibe back out. Nothing more they can really do. So unfortunately, after a good gain up that second beat and a good clear exit at the top, the Aussies just won't get there. The New Zealanders will take the race. Nick Egnott-Johnson now moving to 2 wins. Tapper will remain on 1 at the end of flight 9. So it is Nick Egnott-Johnson who gets the win. Tom Pico came from behind in match number 2 to secure his second win of the regatta as well. So the end of flight 9 now complete. We'll take a short break and come back to you with flight 10 in about 5 minutes time.
白鴿巢前地等多個廣場空間。我哋嚟睇下下一則新聞。喺北京時間7月15日下午4時10分，正在南非舉行嘅第29屆世遺大會宣布，澳門歷史建築群被列入世界遺產名錄，成為我國第31處世界遺產，並重新命名為澳門歷史城區。
蘭蘭到，心仔到。海空圖書館係集合咗歷史、聖奧斯定堂係一座位於澳門崗頂前面。鄭家棟啦係近代中國著名思想家鄭觀嘅故居啦。咁後來鄭家下人四散，但係建築物咧被完整咁保留。
叔叔，似唔似啊？塔係澳門歷史城區嘅一部分。澳門歷史城區於2005年。我哋走啦。建於1860年嘅崗頂劇院，原名百多祿5世劇院，係中國第一座西式劇院。This is our temple。
媽閣廟建於明代中葉，係澳門3大古廟之一。好多學者都認為喺葡萄牙人定居澳門之前，呢一度已有供奉媽祖嘅廟。
我哋一齊做呢個啦！好啊！
建築遺產係澳門城市可持續發展嘅寶貴資源，承載400多年來澳門多元文化交流互鑑、和諧共存嘅生動縮影。自2005年澳門歷史城區列入世界遺產名錄及2014年文化遺產保護法正式生效後，澳門文化遺產保護工作喺法制、管理、技術或普及推廣上都有長足嘅發展。喺文物保護修復技術方面，多年來喺遵循國際規範同經驗實踐下，確守住真實性、完整性、最少干預、可逆性以及可識別性等原則同理念，完成咗大量嘅修復工作同成果。近年文化局開展嘅文物保護修復工作與時俱進，力求緊隨現代科學理論同技術嘅創新發展，促使文物保護修復工作更具科學性，更好咁延續建築遺產嘅特色同價值。 為推進澳門文化事業同文化產業向前發展，此前文化和旅遊部與澳門特別行政區簽署關於建設澳門故宮文化遺產保護傳承中心合作備忘錄，設立澳門故宮文化遺產保護傳承中心，
為澳門嘅文物保護修復工作提供專業意見同技術支撐。中心內設有專業文物保護修復實驗室，着力全方位提升科技保護建築文物嘅能力，
落力培養本地修復人才，並展示國家喺建築文物保護領域嘅前沿技術同成果。澳門故宮文化遺產保護傳承中心嘅建設，將使澳門文物保護修復工作受益於故宮博物院強大嘅專業力量同技術支撐，成為多方合作同技術交流嘅新平台。
And we are back for Flight 10. It's day 2 of the 2026 Macao Match Cup. Second race of the day here. Quite a cloudy day here in Macau, but the breeze out of the south slowly building. So race 1 we saw it between 5 to 10 knots. We're hoping it will continue to build throughout the afternoon here, where we try and complete another 8 of the qualifying races. And as we move into the second race of the day, Flight 10, we'll have Prendergast from the United States entering from the committee boat end. He is up against Tom Pico from Australia. So Prendergast in the blue boat here, coming across the top of the committee boat. And both boats now going into the dial-up. Pico not getting onto starboard yet, so he will try and flick his bow through. Prendergast just holding up head to wind here. So Prendergast on the left-hand side of your screen, Pico on the right. You can see in the background a couple of the container and tugboats moving through the outer harbour here in Macau. So 2:50 to go. They've been holding this dial up for quite a long time now. Prendergast in the windward position. He will need to keep clear. The boat's now getting slightly close to one another. Prendergast will take that time just to bail out. Pico also matching here, getting out on port tack. And in the opening races today, we saw a fairly even racetrack, so it is out of the south at 180 degrees. Anywhere between 4 to 8 knots at the moment here in Macau for day 2. We've just gone past 10:30 local time. And Prendergast will lead away from the start line here. He will need to make a decision in the next 15 seconds or so. Pico putting himself in a good position to lead back if he wants it. So Prendergast just looking at his watch for the time to go. He will now go for the jibe back. Pico having the choice to go inside or push. And it looks like Pico's probably gone past him here. Prendergast staying low. So both boats above the committee boat lay line. Pico continuing out on starboard. He will push Prendergast back in towards the starting line here. So Pico at the moment indicating he might want the right hand side. Both boats just fishtailing, killing that time back towards the start line. Pico will be watching for that starboard lay line. And committee boat just in the top right of your screen here, so looks like we will get a start in. Prendergast doing a good job of killing time away from the start line. Pico will want to push the game down a little bit further. So 35 to go. They're probably only 12 off the start line here. Still plenty of time to kill from both boats, but Prendergast doing a very good job of keeping the gauge close between the two of them. Pico won't be able to live there for long off the start line. Both boats now go head to wind. And both bows will come down for their speed build here. But it will be Prendergast to leeward. He will get the early jump. Pico taking this right-hand side, so he wanted it quite strong. And Pico will bail out of here. Both boats hiking 8 to 9 knots for the Far East yachts. So Prendergast will try and build up to Pico and force him off. Surprisingly, Pico trying to live. You can see that gauge just closing there, and Pico will now roll out just before the gate markers. And in match number 2 here, just about to enter, it will be Nick Egnott Johnson on the right-hand side or committee end of the line. He will come across the top of the boat here. As you can see, he's up against Zach West from Australia. So another Trans-Tasman battle in flight number 10. They will go to the green marker. Race committee here deciding to split each match. And just out of frame at the top of your screen there, you can see Pico now coming back in match 1 towards Prendergast. The Americans chose that left-hand side, so we'll wait to see what the cross is. But joining match number 2 here, Nick Egnott Johnson, now just coming into the dial-up. He is on the right-hand side of Zach West, who has had to jibe around, so a late entry by the Australian team. You can see the pin end of the line just going past them now. So the New Zealanders will want to try and capitalise on this. They've pushed the Australians down to this left-hand side of the line. West now building on starboard. The New Zealanders will bail out on port, so there will be a redial here. Kiwis doing a very good job of getting the boat back up to speed here, so both boats will tack at one another again. West using a lot of helm there, so the boat will be slow into the next intersection. The Kiwis have them lined up here now. Will there be a penalty? Umpires keeping a close eye on the match. There goes the Y flag. West really stuck here. So West just getting out of it. Quite vulnerable in that position. No flag from the umpires, so it was greened. The New Zealanders now will lead across the top of the committee boat, probably looking to turn back at about 1:10 to go. So New Zealand leading away from the start line here. West will have the opportunity to jump inside him if he wants it. Remembering these guys are going to the green marker on the right-hand side of the racetrack. So decision time for Nick Egnott Johnson. And he comes for that jibe at 1:10 to go. West going inside him here, so the New Zealanders will push the Australians quite hard down the line here. West not wanting to get overlapped. So the Kiwis pushing the game down below the committee boat ley line so they can get a start in here. Couple of metres between the boats. So West not under a lot of pressure here. He's trying to kill time back towards the committee boat. West slightly early for this line here. We'll see where the pin is shortly. But the Kiwis now within a metre of each other. And West probably 5 early for the pin here, so he's got a bit of work to do. EJ's going to make him slow, so the Kiwis happy to bail out here. They really want the right-hand side. West will start off the pin, and we've got a split tack start for race number 2. And West coming straight back here. Not confident with his pin ley line, so he is now on port board as well. The New Zealanders should be close enough to leeward that they may start to affect West in the next minute or so. I expect them to see them going into a bit of a high mode. Breeze here at the moment fluctuating anywhere between 4 to 10 knots. You can see that cloud cover just off the right hand side of your screen here, so expecting maybe a little bit of rain here this afternoon in Macau, and we can just see West now back onto starboard, so that's already 2 tacks for the Australians. The Kiwis now coming back onto starboard as well, happy with the leverage they've got out to the right hand side. And in our third race of the flight is Tapper in the red boat coming across the top of the committee boat. He is up against Perroz from France. Perroz now the only team to remain undefeated. Tapper not having a great start to the event so far. Both boats now head to wind in the dial-up. So Tapper slightly bow back in a good position early on here. Perroz here will be able to get across his bow. So Perroz electing to back up slightly here. Tapper now is going to bail out on port tack. Both boats quite even. Perroz should be able to get his bow down behind him here. He's going to go across the top of him though. So Perroz coming away from the start line here. Both boats on port leading away. 2:20 to go. Perroz needs to roll Tapper as quickly as he can here. Both boats above the start line slightly. Tapper looking just to block that jibe, but Perroz doing a very good job of getting across the top. So decision time for the French team in the next 20 seconds, expecting a lead back at about 1:40 to go. The Australians still putting their bow down, trying to block this jibe. So can Perroz get the jibe in? Here he goes. And the Australians electing to go inside them here. So they're probably 25 off the start line here. Still a lot of time to kill between the boats. Perroz happy to get nice and close. He wants to get that leeward overlap on the Australians, pushing them very fast down this line here. So Tapper trying to get Perroz back close to his stern. He won't want to get overlapped yet, but does need to scrub some time to the start line. 1 minute to go. And both boats now still looking for this committee boat ley line. Perroz won't want to get hooked above it. Bow getting very close to Tapper's stern here. But Tapper in that leeward position, so both boats now overlaps. Peroz maybe has one more push to go. Both boats below this committee boat lay line, so we will get a start in. Tapper now luffing head to wind. He'll control the speed build. Peroz probably going to bail out on port tack. We'll see where this pin lay line is. Both boats in the middle of the line. And Peroz now going for that split tack start. Tapper building towards the pin end of the line. So it'll be even between these two boats off the line. Hard to tell what side of the racetrack is currently winning. But Peroz has to come back early. He did not make that committee boat. But at the moment, looks like there is quite a good little right-hand shift at the committee boat end. Peroz doing a very good job here. And on the graphic here, you can see match 1 coming downwind with those spinnakers. Match 2 just going around the right-hand gate marker. So West and EJ still very close. Whilst Pico looks like he is trailing against Prendergast in race number 1. But we're on board with the Australians here. They are down to leeward and on the left-hand side of the current leaders of the regatta, Peroz. So a lot of traffic in this bottom of the course. Australians still heading out left. Peroz just up to windward. Peroz now going out again. So that could indicate a small left-hand shift for the Australians. Peroz obviously not happy with his position up to windward there, as match 2 just comes across his bow. Australians now coming back on port tack. Good boat speed by the Aussies at the moment. 5.5 knots to the 4.5 of the French, and it looks like a big left-hand shift according to the graphic here for Tapper. But Peroz now coming back on starboard. So we'll wait to see. This will be the first intersection for race number 3. Peroz going back again here. That must be his 3rd or 4th tack for this race. So Peroz happy to continue with the tacking duel. Might be on his own, but he's trying to get these shifts correct between him and his opponent. Breeze now up to 11 knots. You can see everybody on the side of the boat hiking. So good breeze now starting to fill in on the racetrack. But Tapper up to windward on that left-hand side, not quite laying the top. So Tapper will have a short 2 tack into the top mark. Peroz now on that starboard lay line. He will be tacking over shortly. And the French team now coming back towards the yellow top marker. It will be the Australians which will lead. So right on this starboard lay line, Aussies out to about a 40-metre comfortable lead on leg number 1. Peroz, though, yet to lose a race in this regatta. Might be only day 2, but he's got 5 on the board. Tapper now coming around the top mark. Clean set by the Aussies. Back down to 6 knots as the French now come into frame. So it's going to be about an 18 to 20 second lead for the Australians. Peroz now brings his bow around the top mark for the first set. Spinnaker slightly getting caught in the mast, but it's still a good set by the French team. So Big pressure differences here out on the racetrack. Peroz going for the early jibes. Got to try something down this first beat. Australians will continue on. And so Tapper here now going for his first jibe on the downwind leg. We can see coming into frame on port, that is match number 2 of Zach West. He trails Nick Egnott Johnson. Tapper concentrating on the blue spinnaker on the right of your screen. That is Peroz from France. It's a good lead for the Aussies at the moment. And a good shot from the drone here. We can see Nick Egnott Johnson out in front in match 2. He will take that win over Zach West from Australia. Both those boats on starboard jibe at the moment. Tapper now coming in to the gate marker. 18-second lead at the first top mark. They are quite slow coming in for this left-hand turn, but they are leading the current regatta leaders of Peroz, who is undefeated so far on 4 wins. So Tapper brings the bow up. Still very light conditions here. Team focusing hard to get the boat back up to speed out of these bottom marks. Peroz still coming into the gate marker. So it is another extension by the Australians on the downwind leg, keeping it calm. Peroz going for the split here. So that left-hand side, which helped the Aussies get out in front on leg 1, Peroz will take it for leg number 2. And I'd expect the Australians to come straight back, and you can see the top of the screen there, already on starboard tack. So Tapper happy with that leverage at the moment. And so far in flight 10 of the regatta, race 2 on day 2, we've seen Prendergast beat Tom Pico in match 1. It was then Nick Egnott Johnson from New Zealand taking the win over Zach West in match 2, whilst it's the Australian team of Cole Tapper currently leading Peroz from France in match number 3. They're heading back upwind for the final time. This will be a big win for Tapper if he can hold on to it. He needs it at the moment, being towards the bottom of the leaderboard. But the Aussies doing a very good job at the moment to hold on to this lead. They're out to probably 100 metres now, so not a lot Peroz can do. And for Tapper and the team, this will be the final tack into the top mark there. You can see the yellow marker. Bowman just getting that spinnaker ready for the set. So the Far East 28 yachts we're using here this week. Tapper sailing with a crew of 4. Hamish Fast getting that kite to the top of the rig as quick as he can. And they will now head to the finish line, looking to take the first win off the French team of Peroz. So still quite light conditions here. That is expected to build throughout the afternoon. 6 knots at the moment from the south. But Tapper getting a well-needed win to stay in the game. We're halfway through the qualifying stage now. And it's a massive lead to the Australians. Perez, though, having an excellent regatta so far, so whilst it might be a small blip early on, I'm sure this team will come back in the next race. Perez's bow now coming downwind. You can see there the crew of 5. The blue spinnaker now up in the air. But Perez on his way to the finish, 100 metres behind the Australians for flight 10. And so at the end of this flight, we will see a changing crew. Prendergast, Perez and Tapper all getting off their boats. As we see Bernson, Goretta and Borch jump on for their first races of day 2. So Tapper here heading towards the committee boat end. Overcast day here in Macau, but we're hoping that will mean better breeze for the afternoon. Still beautiful flat conditions for the Far East yachts we're using here this week. We are on the outer harbour of Macau. And Tapper takes his second win of the regatta, delivering the first loss to Perez. And that will conclude flight 10 of the event. We'll take a short break here as the teams and race committee reset. So flight number 10 now complete for the 2026 Macao Match Cup. We'll be back shortly.
台助力澳門建立更為完善嘅建築遺產修復力量同體系，為澳門文化遺產保護工作書寫新篇章。
I will be there for you when the sun is shining down, when all of your dreams come true, or the world stops spinning round, just like the ocean to the sea, or like the wind into a breeze. I'm here to stay, and I'm with you, and I'm with you always. La da 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 da. Every moment, every day, here by your side always.
文化遺產係本澳珍貴嘅文化資源，為咗共同守護我哋嘅文化遺產，文化局現已設立文化遺產全民通報站。大家如果發現文物建築受損，例如塗鴉、建築物失修、損毀或其他影響到文化遺產嘅狀況，就應該通報。大家可以透過呢啲渠道向文化局進行通報。文物問題齊通報，全民合作共保護。
Attention in pit lane, GP cars. Macau Grand Prix Museum treasures every legendary moment on the Gia circuit. Feel the speed and the excitement without limits. Try interactive games suitable for the whole family.
but Danny has just proved that for us because he's on the path. Stand now below 2 at the moment. 29.38 seconds in the row and drive in.
Immerse yourself in the Macau Grand Prix Museum.
路環咧係以前有好幾個古稱嘅，佢又叫做鹽灣啦、鹽座灣啦。我哋葡文嘅名字咧嘅路環咧都係叫庫魯灣。咁其實呢個係從過路灣咁樣音譯過嚟嘅。喺路環呢一度咧，你會見到有好多廟宇嘅，佢係反映住漁民同埋一啲海上神明嘅重要連結啦，尤其是我哋所指嘅譚公。
路環一直被譽為澳門嘅後花園。依舊保存咗昔日漁村嘅風貌，而旅客咧亦都特意嚟到呢一度咧，享受呢度寫意悠閒嘅環境。
路環仲有好多值得發掘嘅地方，大家有時間不妨嚟路環呢一度悠閒地感受一下。
路環咧係澳門嘅後花園，山明水秀。除非你係好趕時間嘅，如果唔係，你真係坐低飲杯，感受下大自然嘅氣息，冇得彈嘅真係。
This is a unique place in Macau. You cannot find anywhere with an environment like this.
而家好多人咧都好中意放假過嚟路環，所以我哋鋪頭咧做啲新式啲嘅甜品，俾佢哋開心遊歷下路環。
我哋係旅客安全嘅引路人，以禮待客係我哋嘅使命。
我哋係旅客嘅購物伙伴，以禮待客係我哋嘅宗旨。
我哋係旅客嘅美食導覽員，以禮待客係我哋堅定嘅信念。
我哋係旅客嘅策劃者，以禮待客係我哋嘅核心價值。
我哋係旅客遊澳門途中嘅家，以禮待客係我哋嘅承諾。
我哋用心多一啲，旅客嘅旅程就更圓滿一啲。旅遊大使，你我都是。
Welcome to the Macao Match Cup, the opening event for the 2026 World Match Racing Tour season. It is the second time this event come to Macau, and we have 12 teams representing 7 countries. 5 days of racing are scheduled with some training sessions arranged for all the teams today. We'll have live streaming on World Match Racing Tour YouTube channel from the 25th to the 29th March. So follow us of all the action on the water.
We just flew in from to Macau airport here like 2 hours ago and just had our first sail here in lovely Macau. It's definitely going to be an interesting race course out there. We are all surrounded by land, so it's definitely going to be interesting and see how we going to manage those wind shifts. Yeah, first event of the season. Definitely looking forward to it. It's going to be a lot of great events during the year, and why not come off with a win here in Macau?
It's going to be tough. Probably a lot of teams will fight for the quarters, and we might be one of them also. We have a little new team set up, so I think that is the biggest challenge for us now, to try to level up and keep up with the teams that are more fit together. But I feel confident that we're going to give them a really hard match, and I think hopefully we're going to be very strong in the end of the week.
last racing day here at 2026 Macao Match Cup, and all 12 teams are ready to go. We run straight into the round-robin series where 12 teams will race against each other once, which means 22 flights are planned and 66 races in total to decide who will advance into the quarterfinal stage. Today the sun is out and we have 23 degrees Celsius, which is perfect for racing, and we're expecting the wind to build throughout the day at this World Match Racing Tour season opener.
Yes, the team is feeling good on the first event on the season, 2026. Last year we didn't come, but this year we are here, so yeah, I'm pretty happy about being here, and we can't wait to be on the water to fight for the first match.
Yeah, coming into the event as the #1 seed is a new experience for us. Very exciting to have that, given all the hard work the team's done over the last couple of years and step into a position like that. But now we just want to show that there's a reason we're there and prove that with a nice result.
The Macao Match Cup returns for its second year with $100,000 prize money at stake, and the first of the round-robin matches is quickly on the way, with Pierrot from France against Zach West from Australia in the opening match. The French team are clearly motivated, and despite the efforts of the Aussies, enjoy scoring their first win of the event after a tight contest in the slowly building breeze. Expectations are high for the #1 seed from Australia, Crow Tapper, and his Kairos racing team. But the event does not start well, as through the morning he loses 2 of the 3 matches raced, while Zach West wins 2. However, it is Pierrot and his match again by Nat Crew from France who set the standard, winning all 3 of their matches in superb style and really setting themselves up for a great week ahead. With the wind around 10 to 12 knots through the afternoon, racing is close in these highly responsive Far East 28 yachts. The 4th flight of the day sees an all-Scandinavian battle between Denmark's Jeppe Borch and Oscar Ekström from Sweden. In a no-holds battle, Ekström wins the start and leads round, but with the Danes chasing them all the way. On the final round downwind to the finish, as Borch attempts to overtake, the umpires make a penalty call against the Danes, leaving Oscar and his crew to cruise across to the finish line. And they continued winning through the day, taking the next 2 matches to go 3 from 3. However, in Flight 7, the Swedes go against the fiery French team of Ian Greta, seeded #3 here and 4th in the world. With both teams unbeaten so far, the pre-start action is close, but the French team win the right side of the start and control the Swedish team on the first leg upwind, opening a lead around the first weather mark. Downwind, the Swedes stay in touch, covering Ekström, but Greta hands in and slowly edges away on the wind shifts around the course. The French team are eventually clear and go on to win, making this an impressive 4 wins from 4 matches, another excellent result for the French team here. The race management crew push on for an 8th flight of racing, making this an intense but successful day in Macau. At the end of the opening day, 2 teams, Greta and Ekström, are tied on 4 wins and 1 loss.
Pretty happy about today. I think we had a good boat handling during all the matches, and good starts also.
Good conditions out there, a little bit of everything. It was quite stable for this place in the beginning, and then shifted a bit. Got pulled very light at times, so all about switching those elephant's feet to small, nice ninja feet and keep the boat going fast in the light. But we usually struggle more with that, so happy with the result.
The forecast predicts strong wind at the Macao Match Cup on day 2, so expect testing conditions on the racetrack.
巢前地等多個廣場空間。我哋嚟睇下下一則新聞。喺北京時間7月15日下午4時10分，正在南非舉行嘅第29屆世遺大會宣布，澳門歷史建築群被列入世界遺產名錄，成為我國第31處世界遺產，並重新命名為澳門歷史城區。
蘭蘭到，心仔到。羅東圖書館係集合咗歷史、聖奧斯定堂係一座位於澳門崗頂前。鄭家達啦係近代。
Okay, we're back here for flight number 11. It is day 2 of the 2026 Macao Match Cup. We've had just a small break with a crew rotation. So Prendergast, Perez and Tapper all jumping out of their boats for the next 3 flights. With Bernson, Garetta and Borch now out on the racetrack. We're going to join here for flight 11, match 1. It is Zach West entering in from the right-hand side. Jonny Bernson from Sweden on the left. Breeze now up to 10 knots, so it is fluctuating a lot out on that racetrack, anywhere between 4 to 10 knots. We are hoping to see it build and stay more consistent from this southerly direction. And into the starting box for the first time today is Bernson. At the end of day 1, he was in 5th overall, currently has 3 wins on the board and 2 defeats. So got quite a lot of racing done yesterday for his team. West at the moment on 2 wins and 3 losses. So Bernson will try and get an early point on the board today to stay towards the top of that leaderboard. West here will need the win to try and stay in contention for stage 2 quarterfinals. As Bernson now gets out of the dial-up, West escaping on port. Bernson now going to do a downspeed tack back onto port here. Both boats trying to get out to the right-hand side of the starting box. West here just going across the top of the committee boat. And elects to come back towards Bernson, so he will get a piece here. Bernson pushing it as fast and hard as he could. West here now, full lock with the rudder, so he will come to a complete stop. He will be able to get his bow in though. Will be a white flag from West. Expect a green flag from the umpires. There it is in the background. So Bernson now, still with a bit of work to do. West getting very close, expecting him to get onto port. Another white flag by West, so he's expecting Bernson went through head to win there. But West still in the controlling position. Bernson very slow now. West will build on port. 140 to go. Both boats going across the top of the committee boat. West powering away here. So I doubt he will come back at Bernson, but just as I say that, here he comes. So interesting to see West not just going away from the start line and pick his time back to the start. Bernson now will have the choice when he wants to turn back. It will come in the next 10 seconds or so. And Bernson now, he's really waited a long time here, so he's just going to try and get this jibe in. Surprised he waited that long as well. West putting him under pressure there. But he's got the jibe in here, no penalty from the umpire. But West still got a lot of boat speed versus the Swedish team. West now having to push him down the start line, trying to get at least the race underway here. Bernson not overlapped. West still just got a little bit of a swing here. He won't want to get locked to windward. Burnson now driving the game up head to wind. So 20 seconds to go here. And Burnson really controlling West. West now goes for the tack out. We will try and see where the race committee boat is, but I don't think either boat is making it. And there is the race committee boat. So Burnson full shutout in race 1 of the day for him. He's absolutely doinked Zach West from Australia. And you can see here the main starting to luff here. So we've got 10 to 11 knots. Perfect conditions here on the outer harbour of Macau. And West really trying to get his bow forward against Burnson. So both these teams will track out to the right hand side. Top marks just in the top left of your screen. And Burnson will have quite a strong grip on race 1 in flight 11. But in race 2 here we have Nick Egnott-Johnson from New Zealand. He's about to come across the top of the committee boat vessel to enter match 2. He is up against Ian Garetta from France. The French having a very good regatta so far. Both Garetta and Perroz currently the regatta leaders. Both with 4 wins. EJ at the moment with 3 just behind. So match number 2 now in the dial-up. Nick Egnott-Johnson on the right of your screen. Ian Garetta on the left. EJ still carrying a little bit of speed here. You can see him slightly moving forward. He'll need to get out of the dial-up now. So the Kiwis out of there, building on port. Garetta will follow. And EJ going back very quickly at the French team here. So he's going to go for a full rudder lock. I'm not sure if he's going to get it in. He hasn't. So he's wiped off a lot of speed in that manoeuvre. A lot of teams playing the aggressive game rather than positioning at the moment. But Garetta will lead across the top of the race committee vessel as we head into the second phase of the pre-start. So the breeze here in Macau out of the south. Anywhere between 6 to 10 knots at the moment. Garetta going into his first circle. I don't think that'll be his lead. And EJ now electing to come back towards the start line. 1:45 to go. They're only about 35 away from the line, so a lot of time to kill for the Kiwi team. The French going past him here at the moment. The red boy in the background. That is a restriction zone for the teams. So Garetta now pushing the Kiwis. New Zealand not wanting to get hooked yet. You can see the committee boat just above them. They are above the starboard ley line. So Garetta's still got to push the Kiwis down a little bit further. He's done a good job here. He's carrying some speed into the overlap. Can he hold it? And EJ now below the committee boat ley line. So a Y flag from the French team. So both boats will be able to get a start in. Still looks like they're quite far back off the line. Probably 15 seconds racing. So Garetta still with a bit of work to do. EJ just staying on the left-hand side here. Garetta happy to continue to push. So expecting a split tack start between these two boats for race 1 of flight 11. And Goretta still pushing hard here. He's locked to windward now. So both boats will come up head to wind. EJ will be off the pin. Goretta off the committee boat. And here's that split tack start again. So 11 knots currently on the racetrack. Goretta just laying the committee boat slightly slower compared to EJ off the pin. So EJ and Goretta now both on port tack. Match 1 just coming into the gate. As we saw on the graphic there, they went past out to the left-hand side. That is Burnson and West. So still a very tight match between the two. Looks like West is going left, Burnson out the right. So Burnson, who had that early lead off the start line, still holding on to a narrow lead over the Australians. And looks like Nick Egnott-Johnson just tacking onto starboard now. Goretta just coming into frame on the right-hand side of your screen, also on starboard tack. And in race number 3 here for flight 11, it is going to be Jeppe Borch from Denmark, his first race of the day. He will be up against the Australian team of Tom Pico, entering from the pin. So both these teams at the moment, Tom Pico has 2 wins to his name. Borch on 3 after day 1. And as we get through the dial up here, Borch now getting very close to Pico. Now, Pico has avoided, there hasn't been contact here. So there is a flag from Tom Pico. Has Borch done enough to get out of here? So the dial up is done. Can't see a coloured flag on the race committee vessel. So Borch gets away with it for now. And another important match for these two teams. Pico looking to get level with the Danish, keep himself in the game for stage 2. Borch now leading away from the committee boat. He is one of the more level-headed sailors here, so I expect him to continue out here and just choose his time back. But he's going to try and get back to Pico here. So he's going to try and hook him here, push him further away from the start line. But Borch keeping his bow just free here. So 150 to go. Both boats above the committee boat lay line. Only about 25 seconds back to the start line. So interesting then, Borch did have the chance to hook Pico and continue to push him away from the start line. Okay, and we've just seen the race committee go into AP here. So match number 3 will be stopped. We'll try and find out what exactly is the reason for the postponement. But it looks like they're going straight back into sequence here. And the AP comes straight back down. So a small error from the race committee. But they're doing a very good job of getting racing back underway for match 3. So Borch and Pico will restart. Sure, there'll be a few lessons for both teams. Not sure they realise they're being postponed, but we'll wait for confirmation. So, match 3, they have seen an AP go up. Both teams, though, just confirming with the umpires, it has definitely been blown up here now. And they will restart, so that's 5 minutes again for these guys. And for Pico, he's got to get himself back to that left-hand side in the pin. Doesn't have long here. It's going to be a lot on, actually, for Pico. He's got 40 seconds to the entry. So both these teams playing around for that last minute or so while it was AP'd. Pico now having to charge across the start line here. If he is inside the pin end at the 4 minutes, he will get a penalty. So 25 to go. He will just get there. Not great preparation for the Australian team here. 15 to go to entry. And he just gets outside the H. So Pico getting off here just. And it is a match restart for these two teams. So Pico enters from the pin end. It is Borch at the race committee end. And in the background, it actually looks like Zach West may have taken the race over Burnson. He was in that yellow boat. And it is West who comes from behind. It was a very tight match between the two of them. Burnson just led around the right-hand gate at the end of leg 1. But West has got the jump and got the victory in match 1 of Flight 11 over Burnson. And Borch and Pico back in a very similar position to what they were for race 1 here. Borch here couldn't get himself into trouble again. So the Far East 28s, we've got a reduced keel length because of the depth. So they slide sideways quite a bit. That caught out Borch in the last race there. He's just gotten out of it. So Borch now leads away. Borch now across the top of the committee boat. He will have an intersection with Pico, who has gone low. So the race committee vessel is going to come into play here. Pico does have room to go up here. Borch will be tacking over. So it is a redial for these two teams. Both boats still very close to one another. Borch will have to bail out of here. So Borch now onto port out of their second dial up, 1:30 to go. They're just on the right hand side of the committee boat. Borch now having to make the decision. So Borch will lead into the starting area with 1:10 to go. Pico goes past his line. Both boats above the committee boat lay line here. 1 minute to go. And Borch still in a good position here against Tom Pico. Pico will push him down, try and get him below the starboard boat lay line. Borch, though, just controlling the pace of the game. Both skippers throwing their boats around now. Bit of breeze here in Macao, up to 9 knots. Perfect for match racing here on the outer harbour. And 20 seconds to go. Borch will lead into the start zone. So race committee vessel just coming into frame there now. Borch. Oh, Pico's getting very close here. Contact between the boats. Oh, big contact between the race committee boat and both competitors. So Pico didn't have room to put his bow in there. But that was huge contact between them all. And a blue penalty. It's a double for Pico. A professional foul indicated by the umpire team. So one penalty has to be taken immediately, but Pico there, no option whatsoever, has gone in not only the side of Borch, but the race committee vessel. We'll have to wait to see if there's any damage to the boat. But this race is all but over as it starts. Very surprised to see Pico put it in there. But he has had a massive collision. And that blue penalty is still flying on the umpire boat here. So a twin penalty for Pico. It was a windward leeward professional foul at the race committee boat end. Borch in full control. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see some points deducted from Pico for that as well after this flight when the bosuns have a look at that boat. So as match 3 now heads up win for the first time. Match 1 did see West get a win over Yoni Burnson. Very close race between the two off the line and up the first lap of the course. West getting the jump on leg 3. And in match 2, it was Nick Egnott Johnson who had a great start against Ian Garetta from France. Garetta, one of 3 teams leading the regatta with 4 wins. The Kiwi team, though, trailing only by 1, so it's an important match for those 2 teams. But in match number 3, it's a lead you expect after a whole lap, but this is only leg 1 for these guys. Borch absolutely annihilated Pico in that starting box. Pico getting a double penalty. And it's a lovely relaxed set by the Danish team. No pressure whatsoever by the Australians who trail them. And Borch here with about a 100-metre lead on leg 1. Penalty in hand still as well. Pico probably wishing there was a white flag he could race. And it's a slow set. Struggling to get this jib down, so it's just coming off the winch now. As you can see, the breeze is built up to 10 knots now. So the French-Australian team still rattled after that start. But Borch over 100 metres ahead, already at the gate marker. Pico not even halfway down this first run. And Borch just doing a early tidy drop. He will head left for his second upwind. Nice flat waters here in the outer harbour of Macau. The 12 teams from 7 nations, all hoping to become Match Cup champions on Sunday. But we're halfway through the qualifying stage. And Pico now heading out to the left-hand side. Borch just going back to cover him. See a lot of work at the backstay now happening between the boats. 10 to 11 knots. So fully powered up here in Macau for day 2. And Borch still out to 100-metre lead. So for live results and keeping up with the leaderboard, you can always be going to the World Match Racing Tour website, wmrt.com/live results. We've currently got the French out in front. Greta Perez currently on 4 points. They're joined by Sweden's Engström. He is yet to race today, but had a good opening day, having 4 wins and 1 loss. We then have 2 teams, Bernson and Egnott Johnson, both on 3 points. They're also joined by Borch here, who will get to 4 at the end of this flight. As we get halfway through the qualifying stage, it will be the trailing teams of Finnegan, Torre, West, Pico and Tapper, which still have some work to do. Pico here will have the bosun come alongside after this race. He had a big crash at the start of match 3. He ended up with heavy contact on both sides with Borch and the race committee vessel, so I'm sure the bosun will be looking to see if any points need to be deducted from that team. But Borch here cruising away to his first race win of day 2. Over 100 metres now to the Danish team. And Borch will move to 4 points with 2 losses. That will get him into the lead alongside Greta Perez and Engström. Now halfway through the qualifying stage for day number 2. And it is the end of flight 11. And we'll have a short break here before we come back for flight number 12.
建築遺產係澳門城市可持續發展嘅寶貴資源，承載400多年來澳門多元文化交流互鑑、和諧共存嘅生動縮影。自2005年澳門歷史城區列入世界遺產名錄及2014年文化遺產保護法正式生效後， 澳門文化遺產保護工作喺法制、管理、技術或普及推廣上都有長足嘅發展。喺文物保護修復技術方面，多年來喺遵循國際規範同經驗實踐下，確守住真實性、完整性、最少干預、可逆性以及可識別性等原則同理念，完成咗大量嘅修復工作同成果。近年文化局開展嘅文物保護修復工作與時俱進，力求緊隨現代科學理論同技術嘅創新發展，促使文物保護修復工作更具科學性，更好咁延續建築遺產嘅特色同價值，為推進澳門文化事業同文化產業向前發展。此前，文化和旅遊部與澳門特別行政區簽署關於建設澳門故宮文化遺產保護傳承中心合作備忘錄，設立澳門故宮文化遺產保護傳承中心，為澳門嘅文物保護修復工作提供專業意見同技術支撐。中心內設有專業文物保護修復實驗室，着力全方位提升科技保護建築文物嘅能力，戮力培養本地修復人才，並展示國家喺建築文物保護領域嘅前沿技術同成果。澳門故宮文化遺產保護傳承中心嘅建設，將使澳門文物保護修復工作受益於故宮博物院強大嘅專業力量同技術支撐，成為多方合作同技術交流嘅新平台，助力澳門建立更為完善嘅建築遺產修復力量同體系，為澳門文化遺產保護工作書寫新篇章。
I will be there for you when the sun is shining down, when all of your dreams come true, or the world stops spinning round, just like the ocean to the sea, or like the wind into a breeze. I'm here to stay, and I'm with you, always. La da 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 da. Every moment, every day, here by your side, always.
文化遺產係本澳珍貴嘅文化資源，為咗共同守護我哋嘅文化遺產，文化局現已設立文化遺產全民通報站。大家如果發現文物建築受損，例如塗鴉、建築物失修、損毀或其他影響到文化遺產嘅狀況，就應該通報。大家可以透過呢啲渠道向文化局進行通報。文物問題齊通報，全民合作共保護。
Macao Grand Prix Museum treasures every legendary moment on the Gia circuit. Feel the speed and the excitement without limits. Try interactive games suitable for the whole family.
Danny has just proved that for us because he's on the path. That now demoted him.
Immerse yourself in the Macao Grand Prix Museum.
路環咧係以前有好幾個古稱嘅，佢又叫做鹽灣啦、鹽座灣啦。我哋葡文嘅名字咧嘅路環咧都係叫庫魯灣啊。咁其實呢個係從過路灣咁樣音譯過嚟嘅。喺路環呢一度咧，你會見到有好多廟宇嘅，佢係反映住漁民同埋一啲海上神明嘅重要連結啦，尤其是我哋所指嘅譚公。
路環一直被譽為澳門嘅後花園。依舊保存咗昔日漁村嘅風貌，而旅客咧亦都特意嚟到呢一度咧，享受呢度寫意悠閒嘅環境。
路環仲有 好多值得發掘嘅地方，大家有時間不妨嚟路環呢一度悠閒地感受一下。
路環咧係澳門嘅後花園，山明水秀。除非你係好趕時間嘅，如果唔係，你真係坐低飲杯，感受下大自然嘅氣息，冇得彈嘅真係。
It's a unique place in Macau. You cannot find anywhere with an environment like this.
而家好多人咧都好中意放假過嚟路環，所以我哋鋪頭咧做啲新式啲嘅甜品，俾佢哋開心遊歷下路環。
我哋係旅客安全嘅引路人，以禮待客係我哋嘅使命。
我哋係旅客嘅購物伙伴，以禮待客係我哋嘅宗旨。
我哋係旅客嘅美食導覽員，以禮待客係我哋堅定嘅信念。
我哋係旅客嘅策劃者，以禮待客係我哋嘅核心價值。
我哋係旅客遊澳門途中嘅家，以禮待客係我哋嘅承諾。
我哋用心多一啲，旅客嘅旅程就更圓滿一啲。旅遊大使，你我都是。
Welcome to the Macao Match Cup, the opening event for the 2026 World Match Racing Tour season. It is the second time this event come to Macau, and we have 12 teams representing 7 countries. 5 days of racing are scheduled with some training sessions arranged for all the teams today. We'll have live streaming on World Match Racing Tour YouTube channel from the 25th to the 29th March. So follow us of all the action on the water.
We just flew in from to Macao airport here like 2 hours ago and just had our first sail here in lovely Macau. It's definitely going to be an interesting race course out there. We are all surrounded by land, so it's definitely going to be interesting and see how we going to manage those wind shifts. Yeah, first event of the season. Definitely looking forward to it. It's going to be a lot of great events during the year, and why not come off with a win here in Macau?
It's going to be tough. Probably a lot of teams will fight for the quarters, and we might be one of them also. We have a little new team set up, so I think that is the biggest challenge for us now, to try to level up and keep up with the teams that are more fit together. But I feel confident that we're going to give them a really hard match, and I think hopefully we're going to be very strong in the end of the week.
And we're back for racing here. It is Flight 12, Match 1. We're halfway through the qualifying stage here on day 2 of the 2026 Macao Match Cup. It's been a beautiful morning so far here. Slightly overcast, but we have seen the breeze anywhere between 5 to 12 knots out of the south. So it is expected to build as we get throughout racing for the rest of the day. We're just about to come up to 12 o'clock local time here. And entering the start box, we have Jonny Berntsson from Sweden. He's on the right side of your screen here, entering from the committee boat end. And he is up against Nick Egnott-Johnson from New Zealand. The Kiwi so far having a good morning. They're now up to equal first position with 4 wins on the board. Bernsen just behind on 3. So as we move into the second half of qualifying, still 11 races to go over the next 2 days to be completed. But EJ from New Zealand will bring the game up into the dial-up. Bernsen here on the right-hand side. He's got stuck a few times with these dial-ups this week, so the Swedes still coming to grip with the Far East 28 yachts we're using here in Macau. A new team lineup for Bernsen as well. So he is just getting used to the crew and boat over the first half of this regatta. Bernsen, a veteran of the World Match Racing Tour. He's been around for the last decade. A lot of regatta titles to his name. So both boats now backing up. Bernsen still in the windward keep clear position. So the Kiwis will look to try and close that gauge. Bernsen doing a very good job at the moment to move back and to windward. We're back down to about 5 knots here on the racetrack, so it is still very light. And at the moment, Bernsen on the left-hand side of the screen, both boats going backwards here. EJ slightly faster. Race committee boat just in screen in the top right here. So 150 to go. So both boats... Okay, Bernsen's gone early here. He is going to jibe out of the way. So I expect to see him peel around here. He's going to try and luff EJ. Shocked to not see him jibe out there. 130 to go. Both boats still very slow here. So Bernsen wanting to push EJ up here. EJ just keeping clear. Y flag from both boats. So there will be a question, was there contact between the two boats? EJ was the windward keep clear boat. Now it is a penalty. So Nick Egnott Johnson gets the first blow in this pre-start. He has been penalised for a windward leeward. Bernsen doing a very good job of pushing him up there. And 55 seconds to go. Bernsen elects to come inside EJ. He's happy to take the penalty and position here at the moment. 45 seconds to go. Both boats below the committee boat lay line, so we will get a start in here. Bernsen to leeward. He will control the speed build. EJ now bringing his bow down. He will look to try and stay to windward. And 30 seconds to go. Bernsen will be slightly early for the pin, so a bit of time to kill for the Swedish team. They do have that penalty in hand. EJ here, happy to get the bows pretty close. He wants to put pressure for Bernsen off the pin here. But I expect a split tack start. EJ now locked to windward. And as he rolls into attack, EJ will start on port. Bernsen down to leeward off the pin end. And the gun goes. So Bernsen will head left. Penalty in hand against Nick Egnott Johnson from New Zealand. We've already got the entire line split here. Line's probably about 70 metres in length. So both teams now heading out to opposite edges of the course. And it is Bernsen on port, heading on starboard, heading left. EJ with that penalty outstanding. He will need to complete that or offset it before the finish. And in match number 2, about to enter the start box, we have Tom Pico from Australia at the pin end. Coming across the top of the committee boat now is Ian Garetta from France. Race committee signalling a change to the top mark. They are going to the green mark on the right hand side. It's more to split up the traffic on this small racetrack here on the outer harbour of Macau. So match 1 halfway up the beat for leg 1. But in match 2 here, just in the dial-up phase, we have Ian Garetta, currently the regatta leader. He is on the right-hand side. Tom Pico, not having a great morning so far. He's lost both his opening races. He also had a slight contact, if you can call it that, hitting the race committee boat and Borch in his last race. He received 2 penalties for it. We're yet to see if there's going to be any further deductions, but I would imagine the bosun will be taking half a point off Pico for that collision. Both boats now still head to wind. Pico looking to try and get his bow behind him here, and he thinks he's got it against Garetta, so Pico now bailing on port. I'm sure he'll stay very clear of the boats now. Garetta slow to respond, so Garetta now the keep clear windward boat. Pico comes down. He doesn't want to overshoot him here. And Garetta just absolutely parked at the moment. It's actually going to go all right from here. If Pico gets too far forward, this overlap looks like it's going to break. Now Pico just avoided a collision there, so there will be a Y flag from both boats. So Garetta gets out of it. Green flag from the umpires, so no contact. And Garetta deemed to be doing all he could to stay out of that position. Pico being now under pressure. Really shouldn't have overshot there. But Garetta has his bow in here. Pico very vulnerable here, actually, as he swings his bow up. So 1:30 to go. Garetta happy to let him go for now. Both boats just above the committee boat. Down to 4 knots on the racetrack here, so we do have variable conditions for racing here today. We did see a beautiful line of breeze up to 11 knots in that last flight. The race committee flag still flying quite well here as we look upwind. Garetta here coming in with a ton of speed. So will he go to leeward? He's going to be able to get the overlap. Pico will have to respond. So rudder and bow is overlapped at the moment. Pico under pressure again. Pico gets himself on port. Green flag from the umpires. So Pico getting away from that race committee vessel this time. He does not want to risk it. Garetta will go to windward. And Garetta now has quite a bit on. He's got to do quite a harsh tack here. Both boats very much parked down to 3 knots. So it's going to be about the speed build here. You can see the French swinging their legs out. Garetta will get the early jump, but Pico maybe not as damaged as he should be at the moment. And there we can see the pin end of the line. So the breeze at the moment, 140. It's a huge left-hand shift at the moment. So both boats on port, unable to lay on starboard through the starting line. So a really big left-hand shift. The race committee will have to do some changes here. I'd expect to see match 3 at the moment, if this breeze direction holds, will be sent to the red marker. We'll wait for the entry to confirm that. But in match number 3, we have Borch entering from the pin end and about to come across the top of your screen, we hope, is Zach West. Here he is. So West again having a slightly late entry. He got pretty stuck in his race against Ignat Johnson when this happened. So Borch let off straight away, able to get across the top of West, and Borch now going to be the aggressor. And so the umpires here just explaining that penalty from match number 1.
Line 12, match 1. Blue received the penalty for not keeping clear as windward mark, windward boat.
So the umpires there explaining match 1 between EJ and Burnson. And again, we've got contact here in match number 3. So West and Borch here. The umpires will have to make a decision. White flag finally being flown by West. Borch putting his bow in here between the committee boat and West. So the question will be, did the umpires see the contact? I can't see a flag on the moment by the rib trailing behind the boats. But 1:42 to go. Borch still controlling West. Both boats above the start line here. So we'll expect to see Borch peel off to the right-hand side soon. West trailing behind him here. So Borch now electing to go. 1:24 to go. And they're probably a good 30 seconds back to the line here, so not a lot of time to kill for Borch. West still stuck head to wind. So Borch now has the difficult decision. Does he go back at West and try and keep him slow? Does he go for the start? Borch now jibing. Breeze looks like it's gone back to the right. We're back to 190s at the moment. So these guys have been sent to the red marker. That is on the left-hand side. West has jibed inside Borch here. Borch still carrying the speed. They will get overlapped. West still at risk here. So Borch could have kept that closer to my eye. He's just let him off the hook here. He must want this right. He did have the opportunity to luff West there. Get him back out. Surprising he didn't really go for that. So 20 seconds to go here. Pin end just in front of West. And West actually is going to probably get the better start here. So can he lay the pin? He has absolutely judged that to perfection, if you can call it. I think it's always better to be lucky than good, Zach. But Borch here, going for the kill, not paying off this time. And West just getting his bow around the pin. And we'll head out to that left-hand side. The breeze here all over the shop. We saw 140s as these guys entered. We're back up to 180. So West here, you can see the tracking lines between the two boats. West is in a nice left-hand shift here. So again, very interesting start from Borch. Surprised he didn't try and hook West and spit him out early on. Instead, electing to try and push him towards the pin. West timing his run to perfection. And that has enabled him to get out to this left-hand side. Really good breeze in the middle of the racetrack there where West is. And Borch now tacking onto starboard. That is not West crossing his bow. West will be a little bit further out to the left-hand side here. That is Garetta. But it's going to be West with a huge lead. Back up to 150s here. This breeze is all over the shop. And again, West now tacking for the most left top mark. That red one just coming into frame. But this will be a big win for West if he can hold on. He is over 100 metres in front of Borch, so better pressure and angle for the Australians on the left-hand side. As West now comes around the top mark. Crew feeding out that spinnaker. Not the fastest time to the top of the rig. But when you've got a healthy lead on leg one, there's really not a lot of pressure. So Borch still coming upwind on port here. Red bow. Still got about 30 seconds at least sailing to the top mark. So West is going to be over a minute in front of the top. Borch now tacking onto ley line. And Borch still coming to the top mark. West very comfortable here. You can see him instructing to his crew as they approach the gate marker. Borch only at the top mark. So this race done and dusted. Borch doing a jibe set at the top here. West now only 20 metres off the gate marker as the kite comes down. A lot of people in the middle of the boat here, so a bit of a problem actually on the Australian team. Got 4 people doing one person's job as West has to pull the main on. The jib is not up still. So it's been a shocker rounding here. They'll be thankful that Borch is still over 100 metres behind. But really, no pressure whatsoever. As the crew now on West's team, Sail Plus Racing, just getting back into their normal roles. And West will sneak under the bow of Borch here. Probably giving them the cheeky wave as they go past. But Borch will have 2 jibes to get into this gate here. The left-hand mark very biased at the moment. We can see the breeze out at 140, so they are racing to the most left-hand mark. But for the first 3 races of the day, we have seen that breeze out of the south at 180. These guys managed to get them away to the red marker for their entry. So a solid 40-degree left-hand shift at the moment, which has given all of the race to Zach West. Now, it wasn't the tidiest of drop, and you can see the crew there just running the tapes. But West will hold on to this as he tacks for the top mark. Still a sizable lead over the Danish crew. And in match 1 of Flight 12, we've seen Jonny Berntsen come away with the win over Nick Egnott Johnson. So that is a big win for Berntsen. That also brings him up to 4. So a very congested leaderboard here at the moment. A reminder that the live results on the World Match Racing Tour website, wmrt.com/live results. We now have 6 teams on 4 points. So no one running away with the regatta lead at the moment. We then have West on screen here on 3 points. He will now also get to 4 at the end of this race. So a 7-way tie at the moment for 8 spots in the quarterfinals. We then have 2 teams of Prendergast and Tapper on 2 points. So those two will need to keep the heat on here. So West still having a bit of spinnaker trouble issues. You see they've got to re-rig the kite. So the fumble at the first gate. And geez, Zach's going for a jibe and the crew hasn't even got the sheet sorted. There's the skipper throwing you under the bus. So the Australian team, Sail Plus Racing here, just got to settle themselves. They haven't got the sheet rigged properly here. It's still out of one of the blocks. But Borch only coming to the top mark now, so over a 2-minute lead to the Australians on the final run. Slick crew work from the Danish team. But as we were just talking about before with the leaderboard, 7 teams now will be on 4 points. The trailing teams then of Prendergast and Tapper on 2 wins each. They will be fighting out for that 8th spot at the moment for the quarterfinals. Still half of the qualifying stage to go here. Unfortunately, after a collision in flight number 11, Tom Pico from Australia, he has received a half-point deduction for hitting the committee boat and Borch. So his total has been reduced to 1.5. He currently sits in 10th position, with Marcello Torre from Western Australia having a tough opening day yesterday, yet to get out on the water. He is on 1 point, but still in contention. He'll need a strong day today. And Rory Finnegan from Ireland, he'll be hoping to get a point on the leaderboard today, who sits in 12th position. Our format this week will see 8 of the top teams after qualifying move into the quarterfinals. They are currently scheduled to begin, we hope, tomorrow afternoon. And West here, you can see displaying the Lima flag. So a breakage on that boat. And at the end of flight 12, Berntsen has got the victory over EJ. West will take the win over Borch, and we'll just wait to confirm match 2's results between Pico and Goretta. Goretta getting the early jump in the starting box. So we'll come back to that shortly. In the meantime, we'll take a short break here for day 2 of the 2026 Macao Match Cup.
It's the first racing day here at 2026 Macao Match Cup, and all 12 teams are ready to go. We run straight into the round-robin series where 12 teams will race against each other once, which means 22 flights are planned and 66 races in total to decide who will advance into the quarterfinal stage. Today the sun is out and we have 23 degrees Celsius, which is perfect for racing, and we're expecting the wind to build throughout the day at this World Match Racing Tour season opener.
Yes, the team is feeling good on the first event on the season, 2026. Last year we didn't come, but this year we are here, so yeah, pretty happy about being here, and we can't wait to be on the water to fight for the first match.
Yeah, coming into the event as the #1 seed is a new experience for us. Very exciting to have that, given all the hard work the team's done over the last couple of years and step into a position like that, but now we just want to show that there's a reason we're there and prove that with a nice result.
The Macao Match Cup returns for its second year with $100,000 prize money at stake, and the first of the round-robin matches is quickly on the way, with Pierros from France against Zach West from Australia in the opening match. The French team are clearly motivated, and despite the efforts of the Aussies, enjoy scoring their first win of the event after a tight contest in the slowly building breeze. Expectations are high for the #1 seed from Australia, Crow Tapper, and his Kairos racing team. But the event does not start well, as through the morning he loses 2 of the 3 matches raced, while Zach West wins 2. However, it is Pierros and his match again by Nat Crew from France who set the standard, winning all 3 of their matches in superb style and really setting themselves up for a great week ahead. With the wind around 10 to 12 knots through the afternoon, racing is close in these highly responsive Far East 28 yachts. The 4th flight of the day sees an all-Scandinavian battle between Denmark's Jeppe Borch and Oscar Ekström from Sweden. In a no-holds battle, Ekström wins the start and leads round, but with the Danes chasing them all the way. On the final round downwind to the finish, as Borch attempts to overtake, the umpires make a penalty call against the Danes, leaving Oscar and his crew to cruise across to the finish line. And they continued winning through the day, taking the next 2 matches to go 3 from 3. However, in Flight 7, the Swedes go against the fiery French team of Ian Greta, seeded #3 here and 4th in the world. With both teams unbeaten so far, the pre-start action is close, but the French team win the right side of the start and control the Swedish team on the first leg upwind, opening a lead around the first weather mark. Downwind, the Swedes stay in touch, covering Ekström, but Greta hands in and slowly edges away on the wind shifts around the course. The French team are eventually clear and go on to win, making this an impressive 4 wins from 4 matches, another excellent result for the French team here. The race management crew push on for an 8th flight of racing, making this an intense but successful day in Macau. At the end of the opening day, 2 teams, Greta and Ekström, are tied on 4 wins and 1 loss.
Pretty happy about today. I think we had a good boat handling during all the matches, and good starts also. Good conditions out there, a little bit of everything. It was quite stable for this place in the beginning, and I shifted a bit. Got pulled very light at times, so all about switching those elephant's feet to small, nice ninja feet and keep the boat going fast in the light, but we usually struggle more with that, so happy with the result.
The forecast predicts strong wind at the Macao Match Cup on day 2, so expect testing conditions on the racetrack.
第29屆世遺大會宣布，澳門歷史建築群被列入世界遺產名錄，成為我國第31處世界遺產，並重新命名為澳門歷史城區。
南南到，深仔到。河東圖書館係集合咗歷史、聖奧斯定堂係一座位於澳門崗頂前嘅。鄭家鬥啦係近代中國著名思想家鄭觀嘅故居啦。咁後來鄭家下人四散，但係建築物咧被完整咁保留。
叔叔似唔似啊？東望洋燈塔係澳門歷史城區嘅一部分。澳門歷史城區於2005年，我哋走啦。建於1860年嘅崗頂劇院，原名百多祿5世劇院，係中國第一座西式劇院。This is our temple。
媽閣廟建於明代中葉，喺澳門3大古廟之一。好多學者都認為喺葡萄牙人定居澳門之前，呢一度已經有供奉媽祖嘅。
我哋一齊做呢個啦。好啊。
建築遺產係澳門城市可持續發展嘅寶貴資源，承載400多年來澳門多元文化交流互鑑、和諧共存嘅生動縮影。自2005年澳門歷史城區列入世界遺產名錄及2014年文化遺產保護法正式生效後，澳門文化遺產保護工作喺法制、管理、技術或普及推廣上都有長足嘅發展。喺文物保護修復技術方面，多年來喺遵循國際規範同經驗實踐下，確守住真實性、完整性、最少干預、可逆性以及可識別性等原則同理念，完成咗大量嘅修復工作同成果。近年文化局開展嘅文物保護修復工作與時俱進，力求緊隨現代科學理論同技術嘅創新發展，促使文物保護修復工作更具科學性，更好咁延續建築遺產嘅特色同價值，為推進澳門文化事業同文化產業向前發展。此前，文化和旅遊部與澳門特別行政區簽署關於建設澳門故宮文化遺產保護傳承中心合作備忘錄，設立澳門故宮文化遺產保護傳承中心，為澳門嘅文物保護修復工作提供專業意見同技術支撐。 中心內設有專業文物保護修復實驗室，着力全方位提升科技保護建築文物嘅能力，落力培養本地修復人才，並展示國家喺建築文物保護領域嘅前沿技術同成果。澳門故宮文化遺產保護傳承中心嘅建設，將使澳門文物保護修復工作受益於故宮博物院強大嘅專業力量同技術支撐，成為多方合作同技術交流嘅新平台，助力澳門建立更為完善嘅建築遺產修復力量同體系，為澳門文化遺產保護工作書寫新篇章。
I will be there for you when the sun is shining down, when all of your dreams come true, or the world stops spinning round, just like the ocean to the sea, or like the wind into a breeze. I'm here to stay, and I'm with you, always. La da 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 da. Every moment, every day, here by your side, always.
文化遺產係本澳珍貴嘅文化資源，為咗共同守護我哋嘅文化遺產，文化局現已設立文化遺產全民通報站。大家如果發現文物建築受損，例如塗鴉、建築物失修、損毀或其他影響到文化遺產嘅狀況，就應該通報。大家可以透過呢啲渠道向文化局進行通報。文物問題齊通報，全民合作共保護。
Attention in pit lane, GP cars.
Macao Grand Prix Museum treasures every legendary moment on the Gia circuit. Feel the speed and the excitement without limits. Try interactive games suitable for the whole family.
Okay, we are back here on day 2 of the 2026 Macao Match Cup, the first stage of the 2026 World Match Racing Tour. We're up to flight 13 of 22 for the qualifying stage. Last race we've seen Burnson get the win over Nick Egnod-Johnson. Pico recovered well after a collision in flight 11 to beat Ian Goretta, and Zach West took a huge win over Yeppe Borch. Now into flight 13, it is Yoni Burnson on screen here, entering from the pin end. He is up against Pico, coming across the bow of the committee boat. The breeze here, still playing havoc with everybody. Our general shifts have been out of the south at 180, but last race we did see the breeze rotate 40 degrees left, and at the moment anywhere between 3 to 12 knots, so it's fluctuating a lot out there. Pico coming in very tight on Burnson. Green flag from the umpires, so Pico, after that initial pressure here, Burnson is going to get out of the dial up quickly and on the side he wants. Pico jibing around the stern here, and both boats still looking to speed build. Burnson going back here just before the committee boat. He will now get a redial on Tom Pico. Both teams using a lot of rudder for this much breeze. So the Far East 28s that we're using here this week, they have a reduced keel due to the depth here in Macao Harbour. But both teams throwing them around like it was 15 knots. And at the moment, we have a huge tie of 7 teams on 4 points. No one running away with this regatta just yet. But as we move into the second half of qualifying, every team will be hoping to move into the knockout quarterfinals, which we hope to begin here tomorrow. So as we said, 7 teams on 4 points. Tom Pico currently in that 8th position on 2.5. He has lost half a point for a massive collision between the race committee vessel and another competitor and himself. Then currently trailing in 9th and 10th position, Christian Pendergrast and Cole Tapper. Whilst for Torre and Finnegan, they might be at the bottom of the leaderboard now, but are yet to race today. They will be jumping on board at the end of this flight. So 1 minute to go for match number 1. Burnson and Pico very close to one another. Burnson will lead into the starting line. Pico will try to keep pushing him here. So can he get the overlap? He's got the overlap on the rudder. Can he keep pushing through? Burnson has to avoid. Burnson is going to get clogged up on the committee boat end here. Green flag from the umpires. Burnson gets himself onto port at least. But will he be forced to go back round? Burnson absolutely stopping the boat here on the committee boat. So umpires will watch to see if there's any contact, but he has drifted away from it. But this will give a big advantage to Pico, who is able to drive down to the pin. Burnson will be able to get up to speed, but he's only a length up to windward. So left hand shift at the moment just off the pin end. Tom Pico down to leeward and ahead. Burnson will try and live there though. Can see very patchy conditions on the water here. Burnson and Pico just left of your screen. Burnson now going for attack, so was not able to live in that windward position. Pico will continue out to that left hand side. The breeze back at 180 to 200 degrees. And as we move into the second race in Flight 13, it's going to be Jeppe Borch who enters from the race committee end. Nick Egnott Johnson at the pin. Green flag signalled from the race committee team. So these guys will be going to the right hand top mark. Looking like good conditions on the water from those flags flying from the race committee vessel. Egnott Johnson brings it up head to wind for the dial up. Now, Borch here has quite an interesting approach compared to most teams. He's happy to move further forward, keep his speed in his boat and go around the bow of his opponent and into a jibe. We'll see if that trend continues, where EJ very happy to slow his boat here. Borch in that windward position. Here he goes. He's doing that bow down trick. And EJ electing to roll down himself. Can Borch get his bow back down? He can. So EJ brings the bow back up head to wind. Borch now locked to windward. So will Borch move too far forward? Good job by the Danish team early on in this pre-start. They will wait to get EJ slow here. And again, we might see him push the bow down. But with the gauge so close, very risky by the Danish team. And it looks like they're almost about to get out of here. So Borch bailing onto port. Happy to take that initial dial-up phase and hedge out to the right-hand side. EJ now trying to get his bow through. Borch with a decision. Does he go back at him early here? Or does he set himself out for the rest of the pre-start? He is going to keep accelerating here, so he's going to come back at EJ and have another try. They will be a third dial-up here. Expect to see Borch bail out straight away. He'll want to keep the speed in the boat. And again, both teams getting quite close. EJ really stopping his boat with 1:30 to go. Borch now getting himself onto port. So EJ will just get out of this. And again, slightly surprised that Borch slowed the game down there. But both boats now on port tack, heading back towards the committee boat. We're still inside both ley lines there. Race committee boat just down the right hand of the screen here. So 1 minute to go. Borch with enough distance to get the jibe in. He'll probably be going in the next 5 seconds or so. EJ now with the decision. So EJ's going for the jump. He wants this left-hand side. Borch is actually going to carry a bit more speed into this. He's able to reach towards EJ. EJ is allowed around the committee boat. So Borch just going to put some heat on EJ and push him down the line as much as he can. EJ still won't want to get hooked here. It's going to be close. 22 seconds to go. EJ slightly early for the pin. And with the boats this close together, we're probably going to see a split tack start. But EJ will just run it down to the pin here. He's just going to trigger and go. Borch now coming up to windward. And EJ squeezes around the pin. Only a little bit of current here today. But Borch just up to windward, will not live there long. And as we can see, off he goes out to that right-hand side. So early advantage in race number 2 to the Kiwi team. Both these guys at the moment on 4 wins apiece. They are tied with 5 other teams. And flight number 1 already around the bottom gate. We can see them halfway up their second beat. It was Pico with the early advantage over Burnson. And we are just joining now match 3. It is Zach West entering in on the right hand side of your screen. He's in the yellow boat coming across to the committee boat end. He's up against Ian Garetta from France. Now these guys are going to the red marker, so still some big shifts on the racetrack there. The race committee does have the option of 3 top marks. Green being the furthest right, yellow being the default in the middle, and these guys heading to the red left-hand marker. So West happy to go into the dial up here. Garetta so far not having a great day. He was off for the first 2 flights and lost the next 2 here. So that's brought him back to 4 wins and 3 losses. Again, these teams are tied. So Garetta trying to turn his tables around here in race number 13. Now both boats on port tack. They've both bailed out here. West just avoiding Goretta. And Goretta here now will be able to get out of trouble. The gauge will open enough that he can get a jibe in here. Both boats around the top of the committee boat. Probably time for one circle each if they want it. But Goretta here still leading out. He's just mindful of a restriction zone that we do have around the starting box here. The shipping harbour of Outer Harbour Macau. Meaning the racetrack here is defined by some buoys. And as we see Goretta going to his first circle here, he is super slow. West is going to come charging at him here. Oh, and those boats are going to just get past one another. West was lucky not to actually create contact then. Oh, and he thinks he has. Okay, so a decision from the umpires. It is a yellow flag. So despite West being on starboard, there must have been contact then between the boats. We will wait to try and get confirmation from the umpires, but West there really, again, another unforced error by the Australian team. He was in a very good position, and again I'm surprised that there wasn't a hook by that team. 40 seconds to go now. He is under a lot of pressure. Oh, that's almost going to be another one. Goretta here, just pushing the Australians down. West does not have a lot to go, and it is a second penalty, so Zach just absolutely flogging it here. As we have match one finished, so it is Pico who gets the win in match number one. West, though, under serious pressure here. He's going to be OCS with a double. Wow, he's absolutely blown this start. So West there, after having a good controlling position, he has just misjudged a port starboard against Goretta. Unfortunately, contact with the windward boat, meaning he has received a penalty. He has then got another one for a windward leeward. Caught napping as he's trying to roll Goretta. Goretta doing a great job of just suckering him in, and now being pushed over the start line. So Goretta already out to about an 80-metre lead. And this will be a confidence booster for the French team. Not a great morning so far here in Macau. They had a great opening day, getting 4 wins on the board, but so far a 0-2 for the day. A lot's got to go wrong for them to lose this one from here. But Zach West from Australia, he's done a good job so far in this regatta. He has converted a lot of points. He is in that leading pack of 7 teams on 4 points, so no one running away with this regatta just yet. I think that's showing not only the calibre of the fleet, but how difficult it is here in Macau. But Goretta will, or should, get on the scoreboard at the end of this race here. They are going to the red top mark. You can see them up there. 3 marks for the race committee to choose from. And in the other match, coming downwind. I couldn't see a spinnaker on one of the boats, so we'll have to see what's happened. But that was a match between Egnott, Johnson and Borch. Both boats very close together. In race 1, we've had Bernson and Pico. Pico coming away with the win. And just as we head into Mark 1, we're going to hear from the umpires for the decisions on the penalties against West and Goretta.
So match 3, Zach West against Goretta, I think. The first penalty was for a contact, 16.1, and we had Blue doing everything to clear, and Yellow came in and they tapped the back quarter of the boat. Rule 11, Zach to win with.
Okay, pretty hard to hear the umpires there, but Chief Umpire Ryan Parkin explaining the decision for 2 penalties on West. So Goretta now approaching the top mark for the first time. The purple bow will come downwind and they will set that blue spinnaker. West now chasing. He's actually not that far behind for somebody that was OCS and a penalty. So small gains to the trailing boat here. West doing a good job despite the early infringements. So he will trail by 30 seconds at the first top mark. Still penalty in hand. West sporting a new haircut this week, so he's gone for the slipstream. And you can see the kite, they're not quite made to the top of the rig. You can see the bowman there getting it now. So they'll sneak that up, hoping their coach back home's not watching. But Goretta here will lead it quite comfortably. Breeze back at that 160, so back around to the south at 6 knots. And so far in Flight 13, Tom Pico getting the race win over Yoni Bernson. That's a big win for Pico to try and keep himself in the game here. It's going to be very tight at the end of this qualifying round robin to see who gets through to the next stage. And again, okay, just coming in here now. So Goretta in a bit of a hole out this right hand side, so what we thought should have been a commanding lead has evaporated at the moment. Zach West from Australia doing a very good job of getting back into this race. He was OCS with a double penalty. So still a bit of work to do, but got to have confidence in that team now that they are back in front. Goretta now going for the jibe. So it is showing how patchy it is out here, down to 3 to 4 knots. But West, 30 seconds behind at mark number 1. He will now lead by about that distance. The yellow boat coming around through the gate. And this is a huge turn of events for these guys. So West here still has that outstanding penalty, but he will have about a 40-second lead coming into the second half of this race. Goretta now jibing and coming around that bottom mark, so the distance he will have it at the moment for West. So West just trying to find the next breeze line here. The breeze is at 200. So that is a bit of a right-hand shift. West in front, you can see the boat has heeled over, so a bit of breeze coming. Goretta will want to try and stay close to his competitor here. West going for his penalty turn. Okay, he's getting it done early. Smart decision by the Australians. He's got to make sure he comes out in front though. Oh, this is painful. Okay, question will be, has he actually completed that penalty turn? Will the umpires be lenient enough to get him away with that, because he did not get back to a close hold course? So West here. You can see on the tracking line there. So this is going to be brought up in the debrief this afternoon. West there having the lead, but with a penalty turn. So for the boats, you have two options in match racing. One is to do the turn, which is only 270 degrees. When you're sailing on an upwind leg like they are, it must include a jibe and returning to a close hold course. West completed his jibe, but you can see from the tracking line there, got nowhere near head to wind, well, close hold, before he had to duck Goretta. Your other option is to try and offset it by penalising your opponent. So West there, thinking he had the distance to get it done, but he has given away the lead. And in a racetrack like this, I'd want to be Goretta right now. So West, I think there'll be a bit of heat on those umpires for dropping that flag as well from Goretta if he gets back behind here. But Goretta now coming into the top mark. Bauman just preparing that spinnaker. He is thin on this ley line. Okay, so the penalty flag is still up. We were looking at the wrong umpire boat. We've got a top team of international umpires led by Ryan Parkin here. We've got umpires travelling from all around the world, Norway, Australia, New Zealand. So they've absolutely got the decision right there for West. It's just been another bad judgment from the Australians. And despite clawing his way back into this race and having a 30-second lead at the gate marker, he's now trailing with a penalty. Goretta, though, in a similar position to what he was down the first leg. He won't want to make the same mistake of jibing out early. But you've got to feel for the Australians here. A couple of unforced errors in the pre-start, an OCS call. They've done well in the strategic and boat handling game. And again here, West displaying some good downwind speed. Goretta will be comfortable. He does still have that penalty, so West has to go the whole way around and then try and offset this. But he will be kicking himself after this race for what could have been. They could have seen West in the overall lead. These two teams both on 4 wins and 3 defeats. That is the current leading points. 7 teams tied at the moment. Goretta will be the one moving forward. And we hope that at the end of qualifying tomorrow, that won't be a race that comes back to haunt West and his team. I'm sure it won't, but we'll wait and see. So Goretta just covering off West, not letting him go like he did on that first downwind leg. It opened the opportunity for West to not only get back in the race but have a comfortable lead. But a wrong timed penalty kill by West has cost him the lead and the race point. So Flight 13 will conclude with Match 3, Goretta getting on the board for today. His first win from 3 races. That'll push him out to 5 points. He is now the regatta leader. And with hopefully still another 3 races to go today, he'll be hoping to return ashore as the event leader. But for now, we do have a full boat rotation. So the 12 teams, we're using 6 Far East 28 yachts here this week. We will have a full rotation of the crews as we see Torre, Prendergast, Finnegan, Peroz, Engstrom and Tapper jump on board. So Finnegan and Torre will be the first races of the day. The rest of them have had some racing. So we'll have a short break here and come back in about 10 minutes time for Flight 13 on day 2 of the 2026 Macao Match Cup.
Immerse yourself in the Macao Grand Prix Museum.
路環咧係以前有好幾個古稱嘅，佢又叫做鹽灣啦、鹽座灣啦。我哋葡文嘅名字咧嘅路環咧都係叫庫魯灣。咁其實呢個係從過路灣咁樣音譯過嚟嘅。喺路環呢一度咧，你會見到有好多廟宇嘅，佢係反映住漁民同埋一啲海上神明嘅重要連結啦，尤其是我哋所指嘅譚公。
路環一直被譽為澳門嘅後花園。 依舊保存咗昔日漁村嘅風貌，而旅客咧亦都特意嚟到呢一度咧，享受呢度寫意悠閒嘅環境。
路環仲有好多值得發掘嘅地方，大家有時間不妨嚟路環呢一度悠閒地感受一下。
路環咧係澳門嘅後花園，山明水秀。除非你係好趕時間嘅，如果唔係，你真係坐低飲杯，感受下大自然嘅氣息，冇得彈嘅真係。
This is a unique place in Macau. You cannot find anywhere with an environment like this.
而家好多人咧都好中意放假過嚟路環，所以我哋鋪頭咧做啲新式啲嘅甜品，俾佢哋開心遊歷下路環。
我哋係旅客安全嘅引路人，以禮待客係我哋嘅使命。
我哋係旅客嘅購物伙伴，以禮待客係我哋嘅宗旨。
我哋係旅客嘅美食導覽員，以禮待客係我哋堅定嘅信念。
我哋係旅客嘅策劃者，以禮待客係我哋嘅核心價值。
我哋係旅客遊澳門途中嘅家，以禮待客係我哋嘅承諾。
我哋用心多一啲，旅客嘅旅程就更圓滿一啲。旅遊大使，你我都是。
《
Welcome to the Macao Match Cup, the opening event for the 2026 World Match Racing Tour season. It is the second time this event come to Macao, and we have 12 teams representing 7 countries. 5 days of racing are scheduled with some training sessions arranged for all the teams today. We'll have live streaming on World Match Racing Tour YouTube channel from the 25th to the 29th March. So follow us of all the action on the water.
We just flew in from to Macao airport here like 2 hours ago and just had our first sail here in lovely Macao. It's definitely going to be an interesting race course out there. We are all surrounded by land, so it's definitely going to be interesting and see how we going to manage those wind shifts. Yeah, first event of the season. Definitely looking forward to it. It's going to be a lot of great events during the year, and why not come off with a win here in Macao?
It's going to be tough. Probably a lot of teams will fight for the quarters, and we might be one of them also. We have a little new team set up, so I think that is the biggest challenge for us now, to try to level up and keep up with the teams that are more fit together. But I feel confident that we're going to give them a really hard match, and I think hopefully we're going to be very strong in the end of the week.
Racing day here at 2026 Macao Match Cup, and all 12 teams are ready to go. We run straight into the round-robin series, where 12 teams will race against each other once, which means 22 flights are planned and 66 races in total to decide who will advance into the quarterfinal stage. Today the sun is out and we have 23 degrees Celsius, which is perfect for racing, and we're expecting the wind to build throughout the day at this World Match Racing Tour season opener.
Yes, the team is feeling good on the first event on the season, 2026. Last year we didn't come, but this year we are here, so yeah, I'm pretty happy about being here, and we can't wait to be on the water to fight for the first match.
Yeah, coming into the event as the #1 seed is a new experience for us. Very exciting to have that, given all the hard work the team's done over the last couple of years and step into a position like that. But now we just want to show that there's a reason we're there and prove that with a nice result.
The Macao Match Cup returns for its second year with $100,000 prize money at stake, and the first of the round-robin matches is quickly on the way, with Pierrot from France against Zach West from Australia in the opening match. The French team are clearly motivated, and despite the efforts of the Aussies, enjoy scoring their first win of the event after a tight contest in the slowly building breeze. Expectations are high for the #1 seed from Australia, Crow Tapper, and his Kairos racing team. But the event does not start well, as through the morning he loses 2 of the 3 matches raced, while Zach West wins 2. However, it is Pierrot and his match again by Nat Crew from France who set the standard, winning all 3 of their matches in superb style and really setting themselves up for a great week ahead. With the wind around 10 to 12 knots through the afternoon, racing is close in these highly responsive Far East 28 yachts. The 4th flight of the day sees an all-Scandinavian battle between Denmark's Jeppe Borch and Oscar Ekström from Sweden. In a no-holds battle, Ekström wins the start and leads round, but with the Danes chasing them all the way. On the final round downwind to the finish, as Borch attempts to overtake, the umpires make a penalty call against the Danes, leaving Oscar and his crew to cruise across to the finish line. And they continued winning through the day, taking the next 2 matches to go 3 from 3. However, in Flight 7, the Swedes go against the fiery French team of Ian Greta, seeded #3 here and 4th in the world. With both teams unbeaten so far, the pre-start action is close, but the French team win the right side of the start and controlled the Swedish team on the first leg upwind, opening a lead around the first weather mark. Downwind, the Swedes stay in touch, covering Angstrom, but Greta hands in and slowly edges away on the wind shifts around the course. The French team are eventually clear and go on to win, making this an impressive 4 wins from 4 matches, another excellent result for the French team here. The race management crew push on for an 8th flight of racing, making this an intense but successful day in Macau. At the end of the opening day, 2 teams, Greta and Angstrom, are tied on 4 wins and 1 loss.
Pretty happy about today. I think we had a good boat handling during all the matches and good starts also.
Good conditions out there, a little bit of everything. It was quite stable for this place in the beginning, and I shifted a bit. Got very light at times, so all about switching those elephant's feet to small, nice ninja feet and keep the boat going fast in the light. But we usually struggle more with that, so happy with the result.
The forecast predicts strong wind at the Macao Match Cup on day 2, so expect testing conditions on the racetrack.
宣布澳門歷史建築群被列入世界遺產名錄，成為我國第31處世界遺產，並重新命名為澳門歷史城區。
蘭蘭到，心仔到。河東圖書館係集合咗歷史、聖奧斯定堂係一座位於澳門崗頂前。鄭家棟啦係近代中國著名思想家鄭觀嘅故居啦。咁後來鄭家下人四散，但係建築物咧被完整咁保留。
叔叔，似唔似啊？東望洋燈塔係澳門歷史城區嘅一部分。澳門歷史城區於2005年。我哋走啦。建於1860年嘅崗頂劇院，原名百多祿五世劇院，係中國第一座西式劇院。This is our temple。
媽閣廟建於明代中葉，喺澳門3大古廟之一。好多學者都認為喺葡萄牙人定居澳門之前，呢一度已經有供奉媽祖。
我哋一齊做呢個啦！好啊！
建築遺產係澳門城市可持續發展嘅寶貴資源，承載400多年來澳門多元文化交流互鑑、和諧共存嘅生動縮影。自2005年澳門歷史城區列入世界遺產名錄及2014年文化遺產保護法正式生效後，澳門文化遺產保護工作喺法制、管理、技術或普及推廣上都有長足嘅發展。喺文物保護修復技術方面，多年來喺遵循國際規範同經驗實踐下，確守住真實性、完整性、最少干預、可逆性以及可識別性等原則同理念，完成咗大量嘅修復工作同成果。近年文化局開展嘅文物保護修復工作與時俱進，力求緊隨現代科學理論同技術嘅創新發展，促使文物保護修復工作更具科學性，更好咁延續建築遺產嘅特色同價值，為推進澳門文化事業同文化產業向前發展。此前，文化和旅遊部與澳門特別行政區簽署關於建設澳門故宮文化遺產保護傳承中心合作備忘錄，設立澳門故宮文化遺產保護傳承中心，為澳門嘅文物保護修復工作提供專業意見同技術支撐。中心內設有專業文物保護修復實驗室，着力全方位提升科技保護建築文物嘅能力，戮力培養本地修復人才，並展示國家喺建築文物保護領域嘅前沿技術同成果。澳門故宮文化遺產保護傳承中心嘅建設，將使澳門文物保護修復工作受益於故宮博物院強大嘅專業力量同技術支撐，成為多方合作同技術交流嘅新平台，助力澳門建立更為完善嘅建築遺產修復力量同體系，為澳門文化遺產保護工作書寫新篇章。
I will be there for you when the sun is shining down, when all of your dreams come true, or the world stops spinning round, just like the ocean to the sea, or like the wind into a breeze. I'm here to stay, and I'm with you, always. La da 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 da. Every moment, every day, here by your side, always.
文化遺產係本澳珍貴嘅文化資源，為咗共同守護我哋嘅文化遺產，文化局現已設立文化遺產全民通報站。大家如果發現文物建築受損，例如塗鴉、建築物失修、損毀或其他影響到文化遺產嘅狀況，就應該通報。大家可以透過呢啲渠道向文化局進行通報。文物問題齊通報，全民合作共保護。
Attention in pit lane, GP cars.
Okay, we are back and racing on day 2 of the 2026 Macao Match Cup. It's the opening stage of the World Match Racing Tour for the year. From here, we will be heading to Los Angeles next month for the Long Beach Yacht Club Congressional Cup. But first, this week, 12 teams from 7 nations will all be hoping to become Match Cup champions of Macau. Prize purse here this week is $100,000 US, so not a bad paycheck for the winners on Sunday afternoon. But before we get there, we are halfway through the qualifying stage. It is flight 14 of 22, and coming across the committee boat end and right hand side is Christian Prendergast from the United States. He's up against Marcello Torre from Western Australia. So these two teams yet to race today. So first time on the water It's just gone 1:15 here local time. And again, out here on the outer harbour of Macau, we've got a light southerly breeze. It's been quite shifty so far, with the breeze going as far as 140 degrees left. But at the moment, we're back down to that 180 southerly direction and anywhere between 5 and 10 knots. So Torre and Pendergast here still going through the dial-up stage. Pendergast got nice distance to windward. Both boats now reversing down. Pendergast not wanting Torre to get behind him. So both boats now matching with the mainsails being backed. Prendergast will escape and Torre will follow. So 2:25. We killed a lot of time in that dial-up. Good speed build there by the Americans. 8 knots on the racetrack at the moment as both boats come back behind the race committee boat. We won't see too many circles, maybe time for one. But Prendergast with his Australian-New Zealand crew. 2 minutes to go. He'll be making his decision in the next 25 seconds. And it'll be up to Torre to decide whether he wants to cut in front of him to win that left-hand side or is happy to go past him. So 1:45 decision time for Prendergast. Here he comes. He is jibing over here. The team's here bound by a restriction zone. So Prendergast still killing some time. Torre doing an anti-clockwise circle. And Prendergast has got very slow out of these two maneuvers. Torre will be able to come in here. Can he get overlaps? 1:10 to go. Both boats pushing down. Still away from the start line. Torre will be looking for that committee boat end. 1 minute to go. And Prendergast still doing a good job here. Boats not overlap. Torre will swing up. He has to drag the game back up towards the start line. So both boats here still early. Prendergast won't want to get hooks, but he will want to try and keep this gauge as low as possible. Torre now locked to windward. 30 seconds to go. You can see the race committee boat just underneath Torre's boom here. So they're about halfway down the line. Torre may look for a split tack start. Still too early to go out on port tack. Prendergast will control the speed build and the time to go, but it will be Prendergast off the pin. Torre to windward. And Torre puts the bow down here. He's looking to accelerate. He's done a good job of building some gauge off the boats, but it's going to be down to the acceleration here. And it's a clear start. Prendergast down to leeward and ahead at the moment. But we do have 10 knots of the breeze. You can see the crews over the side of the boats hiking. So the Americans here down to leeward, forcing Torre to tack, and they will slap a tight cover on him straight away. So first blood in this race goes to the Americans. Both these teams first time on the water for this afternoon. As we come back down towards the race committee end into the starting box for match 2, we have Perroz from France. He leads across the top of the committee boat here. He is up against Rory Finnegan from Ireland. So Perroz here having a good regatta so far. He's got 4 wins on the board out of 5. whilst Finnegan having a bit of a tougher day yesterday, yet. But the boats here into the dial-up. Good gauge between them. Flat waters here in the outer harbour of Macau. So the Far East 28 yachts able to stay head to wind quite easily. And Peroz with some nice gauge up to windward. Finnegan now going for the backed mainsail, so he wants to get out there. The French are responding. Both boats coming out on port, and it'll be the French that lead the pair away across to the race committee end. Looks like both boats will go across the top of the committee boat here. And just as we saw in that last match, it'll be decision time for Peroz at about 1:40. I don't think we'll see him go into a circle, but I could be wrong. 2:10 to go. The Irish team doing a very good job of keeping this gauge close. This jibe will be close for Peroz to try and get it. The umpires will be watching. So Peroz now trying to get the jibe in. 1:50 to go. He'll be slightly early for the committee boat. And Finnegan now trailing. Both boats well above the starboard ley line, so that'll be the only concern for the Irish team. But plenty of time to go in this pre-start for the Irish to push the French down the line. And Finnegan doing a good job here of keeping his bow free. So Peroz trying to get back in sync with the Irish team. Both boats still trying to push it down the line here. They are going to the red top mark, so a left-hand shift indicated by the race committee. And I would think both boats are down past the committee boat ley line now. So Peroz, he will have to be watching the pin. You can see the race committee boat just off the right of your screen next to Finnegan. And the pin down to leeward for Peroz. So both boats will get a start in here. 30 seconds to go. Still probably 15 to kill for Peroz. He probably slightly hasn't got Finnegan overlapped here. So Finnegan still keeping head to wind here. He will go for a split tack start. So it's going to be the French down to leeward and on starboard. Finnegan will take the right hand side heading on port tack. And the gun goes, and it is a split tack start for race number 2. The French on the right side of your screen heading left for the upwind leg. It is the Irish team yet to score, heading right. And Finnegan electing to come back here. Race number 1 just round the bottom mark gate. Very close match between Prendergast and Torre. And in match 2 though, I think it's actually going to be the first intersection to the Irish team here coming back on starboard. It'll be Peroz on port. We'll see if we can wait for the first intersection. Still very close between these two boats. Peroz actually going in for the lee bow. So even at the first intersection for match number 2. And now in the third race for flight 14, coming across the top of the committee boat then was Cole Tapper from Australia. He's up against Oscar Engström from Sweden. So the Swedish team Again, also getting on the water for the first time this morning. They had a very good opening day yesterday. 4 wins and only 1 loss. And for the Australian team, they will need to start making some moves up this leaderboard. Currently with 2 wins and 3 losses. The world number 2 not quite firing just yet. And on board with the Swedish team here. They like these boats. They finished second on the 2025 World Match Racing Tour. Using these boats just down the road in Shenzhen. So Tapper electing to get out of the dial-up here. He's killed that 2.5 minutes. And again, both boats going across the top of the committee boat. In these light wind conditions, we'll expect to see not a lot of action. Both boats probably going to come out here for another 20-30 seconds before they make a decision. So Tapper will make his call in the next 15 seconds or so. Engstrom will have the choice. Does he cut inside him and try and win the left-hand side, or will he push Tapper towards the pin? And Tapper jibes, so Engstrom electing to go past him here. Tapper brings the bow up, both boats above the committee boat ley line. As Engstrom now goes for the jibe, Tapper bringing his bow back down. He'll want to sucker the Swedes into him. But it is Tapper now leading into the start line. 1:15 to go. Both boats only about 25 away from the line here. So Engstrom putting the heat on the Australian teams. Tapper down to leeward. Almost looks like he's got Engstrom hooked to windward, so the Swedes very happy to take this right-hand side. Tapper now only will have to worry for the pin end ley line. 40 seconds to go. Both boats trucking back up to the start line here, so you can see the bowman on Tapper's boat just going forward, keeping a very mindful eye on the time on distance here. Tapper now luffing. Got to be careful he doesn't go through head to wind here. Both boats down the start line. About 3/4 here, 20 seconds to go. Probably going to be a split tack start between the boats. Tapper will be on starboard. Got to watch the sterns here. Very close between the boats. There is a Y flag by the Australians. And Engstrom will go out on port. Green flag from the umpires there. Tapper will be slightly slower. So Engstrom happy to put the bow down there and get the boat rolling. He is up to speed. The Australians, on the other hand, will only just lay the pin, but they are going to tack off. So early advantage to Engstrom. And really quite surprising that the Australians didn't go bow down more there. And Engstrom got that boat rolling straight away. You can see the VMG difference between the boats at the moment, 4.5 to 3 knots, so it's a big gain at the moment for the Swedes. They're happy to bring that back for the first intersection here. And Tapper going back early, undertacking the Swedes. So Engstrom, huge advantage off the start line here. Just came down to boat speed. And heading upwind, it is Peroz and Finnegan just in the background there. Tapper now happy to towards the Swedes. They are on the left-hand side of the course. Engstrom happy to go a little bit further here, so not a tight cover on the Australians, but the Aussies will go straight back out. Both boats getting out towards that port ley line, so I wouldn't expect to see the Australians on starboard for a while. And just as we say that, they're coming back. So a left-hand shift on the racetrack here. You can see the tracking line up towards the top mark. And Engstrom will have about a 50-metre lead. So match 3 and match 2 coming in towards this top mark. Match 2 just going around the red marker here. Match 3 going to the yellow marker. So Engstrom with a big lead up this first beat. He's had a better acceleration off the committee boat end of the line. And in the background, it is Perez who leads Finnegan. Tapper still coming around this top mark here. It's going to be about an 18-second lead. Good breeze at the top here. We'll watch the set of the Aussies as they go straight into the jibe set. It's a crisp jibe set from the Australian team. But Engstrom already covering and on starboard jibe. He is being affected by the French team here. We've also got the Irish coming across. So the Irish are going to go behind the Aussies. Aussies are going to get let off the hook here slightly. Engstrom, on the other hand, has the French team just to windward. So it is the blue spinnaker of Tapper against the yellow boat of Engstrom. Tapper looking quite light at the moment here though. So Engstrom coming into the bottom mark for the first time. This is leg number 2 of 4. Engstrom so far having a good week. It is his first race for day number 2. And he will round the left-hand mark in the background. Perez leads Finnegan in their match. Tapper still coming downwind here with the blue spinnaker. So Engstrom has extended his lead on this downwind leg. Slight bias to that left-hand marker at the moment. So it'll be interesting to see if Tapper does split from him. And by the tack here from Engstrom, I imagine Tapper is exactly trying that at the moment. And the Aussies are around the mark. But it is a huge lead to the Swedes at the moment. So still a very puffy racetrack here. We're seeing anything between 2 to 8 knots. But the Swedes really showing their speed and skill here in flight 14 over the young Australian team. Engstrom finishing second on the 2025 World Match Racing Tour. And Engstrom basically laying through to this top mark. So not a lot that the Australians can do. So Engstrom coming into the top mark for the final time. This is his first race for day 2. Yesterday going 4-1 and was part of the leading pack. That trend will continue into day 2 for him. And for flight 14, it has been a race win for Christian Prendergast from the United States. He's beaten Marcello Torre, who has just jumped into the boats for the first time today. And in race 2, Aurélien Perroz from France. He has got another race win, this time over Rory Finnegan from Ireland. And in match 4, it's going to be Engstrom who will beat Cole Tapper from Australia. And a nice puff at the top mark here for the Aussies. Looks like it's gone back around to the right a little bit. But Engstrom already halfway down the leg and on his way to claim another win. So at the end of this flight, it is now going to be the French and Swedes of Ian Garetta and Aurélien Perroz, as well as Oscar, who edge out in front on 5 wins apiece. They will be closely followed by Jonny Berntsen, Jeppe Borch and Zach West, all on 4 points. And now I've missed Nick Egnott Johnson. He will also be on 5 wins. So the leading pack now making their stamp on day number 2. The final spot for the quarterfinals is still up for grabs, with Tom Pico currently on 3.5 points. Christian Prendergast also half a point further back on 3, whilst Cole Tapper remains on 2 wins. And Torre and Finnegan round out the bottom 2 at the moment. So that's the end of flight 14. We'll take a short break here and come back with flight 15 in 5 minutes time.
Macao Grand Prix Museum treasures every legendary moment on the Gia circuit. Feel the speed and the excitement without limits. Try interactive games suitable for the whole family.
Just proved that for us because he's up the pass and now below
Immerse yourself in the Macao Grand Prix Museum.
路環咧係以前有好幾個古稱嘅，佢又叫做鹽灣啦、鹽座灣啦。我哋葡文嘅名字咧嘅路環咧都係叫庫魯灣。咁其實呢個係從過路灣。喺路環呢一度咧，你會見到有好多廟宇嘅，佢係反映住漁民同埋一啲海上神明嘅重要連結啦，尤其是我哋所指嘅譚公。
路環一直被譽為澳門嘅後花園，依舊保存咗昔日漁村嘅風貌。而旅客咧，亦都特意嚟到呢一度咧，享受呢度寫意悠閒嘅環境。
路環仲有好多值得發掘嘅地方，大家有時間不妨嚟路環呢一度悠閒地感受一下。
路環咧係澳門嘅後花園，山明水秀。除非你係好趕時間㗎，如果唔係，你真係坐低飲杯，感受下大自然嘅氣息，冇得彈㗎，真係。
This is a unique place in Macau. You cannot find anywhere with an environment like this.
而家好多人咧都好中意放假過嚟路環，所以我哋背後咧做啲新式啲嘅甜品，等你開心遊歷下路環。
我哋係旅客安全嘅引路人，以禮待客係我哋嘅使命。
我哋係旅客嘅購物夥伴，以禮待客係我哋嘅宗旨。
我哋係旅客嘅美食導覽員，以禮待客係我哋堅定嘅信念。
我哋係旅客嘅策劃者，以禮待客係我哋嘅核心價值。
我哋係旅客遊澳門途中嘅家，以禮待客係我哋嘅承諾。
我哋用心多一啲，旅客嘅旅程就更圓滿一啲。旅遊大使，你我都是。
Welcome to the Macao Match Cup, the opening event for the 2026 World Match Racing Tour season. It is the second time this event come to Macau, and we have 12 teams representing 7 countries. 5 days of racing are scheduled with some training sessions arranged for all the teams today. We'll have live...
Okay, we are back here for flight 15. Just about to enter the start box is Marcelo Torre from Western Australia. He's up against the Frenchman Aurélien Perros. We have just heard from the race committee that we are going to try and get 5 more races done today. So local time is 1:40 p.m. and so far on the racetrack this southerly breeze has held in. Not as strong as anticipated, but we've got a good 8 knots out there at the moment. And now it is Torre coming across the top of the committee boat. And he will enter on starboard against Perros. So Perros diving deep into the start box here. Looks like there's been a slight right-hand shift. So the race committee boat currently favoured for this starting box. Perros escapes the dial up. But both teams now tracking away on port. They are bound by a restriction zone down here. So we are sailing on the outer harbour of Macau. There is a little bit of traffic going through every now and then, so we've kept a path clear for those ships. And Perros here now going for his first circle. Perros now just exiting that first circle here. We'll expect to see Torre go into his shortly. Question will be, can he get a piece of Perros at the next intersection? But the Australian team still leading out here. And here they go. So the red restriction buoy just off screen there. Torre coming in. And he will begin the push against the French. Still plenty of time to go in this starting sequence. 150 to go to the start. And it is Aurelian in the blue boat down to leeward here. He will lead back towards the start line. Marcello Torre from Western Australia. He is pushing the French quite hard down this line in the green boat. So Torre having to push him down the line here. He needs to be able to get a start in. So he's looking for that committee boat lay line. He's done a good job of opening the gauge between the boats though. So 1 minute to go. Piroz really not wanting to get hooked here yet. So showing that he does want this left-hand side. Marcello now down towards the French. You'd expect to see a split tack start between both boats here. And Cello goes for a last-minute dive. French here still holding the advantage. He is early for the pin, so Piroz is wiping off speed here. Torre happy to keep his bow close here. Boats become overlapped with the rudders. So Piroz is the keep clear boat. With 14 seconds to go, here goes Torre. So he will be slightly late. Can Piroz get around the pin? And it is Piroz who will also have to tack. So Torre there trying to push him down the line. They went below the pin lay line. He wasn't able to hold there though, just due to his time on distance, so he's bailed out early. And it's an even start between the two teams. As they head upwind for the first time. Torre on the right hand side, now just coming across the screen. And as that happens, we will join match number 2, where it is Rory Finnegan from Ireland. He's in the blue boat coming across to the committee boat here. He's up against the Australian team of Cole Tapper. So entry for these guys and a Charlie Red. So these guys will go to the top left marker. Race committee indicating a small shift in the breeze to the left. And quite interesting, though, we did see the leeward boat cross and escape the dial up in match 1. We'll see if Tapper can do that here in match 2. And he has got across the bow. I don't really know actually how they've done that. So Tapper must have gone for the high cross there. Finnegan happy to roll around behind Tapper here. 3 minutes to go. Plenty of time in this pre-start, so expect a few circles where possible from the Australian team. They won't want to get too far away from the start line. And Finnegan, who is yet to score, he's looking to try and take a big win against the number 1 seed here. Tapper now approaching that restriction zone. You can see the red buoy just on the left-hand side of Tapper at the moment. He throws the jibe in. So both boats on the outskirts of the starting box here. That's the red mark we were talking about. Finnegan goes up to windward. Tapper now driving back down to leeward. Both boats out wide right so far in the start box. Plenty of time to go. And Tapper happy to lead in. Finnegan trailing very close behind him. Being an important race for both teams here. Finnegan yet to get on the scoreboard. Tapper, though, is still trying to fight his way into the quarterfinals. We're getting through to the 2/3 stage of qualifying. The number 2 in the world will need to get the ball rolling if he wants to make it through to the next stage. And Tapper doing a good job here of pushing down. Now, he is very early for the pin, so he's gone for that jibe out. Not confident that he can kill that time to go. And that will put Finnegan trailing back behind him here. Tapper now goes for another jibe. Finnegan this time electing to tack inside him. Can Tapper? As we click under 1 minute to go, Finnegan now leads. Tapper trailing into the start line. 45 seconds to go. Finnegan here in the windward position. Tapper not able to get the tack back in. So we'll see how these guys start. Here he goes now, actually. Finnegan going straight away, so indicating he does want this left-hand side. We'll try and work out exactly where they are in the pre-start box, but Bauman on Tapper's boat now forward. Light airs, only 4 knots here on the racetrack. Finnegan looking like he's powering up already. And there is the race committee boat. So Finnegan, a good start by him. Tapper again struggling to get off this start line. So Tapper there going for that jibe out at about 1:15 to go. It put him very late in the rest of the sequence. He's had to pop out straight away. Finnegan doing a very good job against the number 1 seed here. But it will be a boat speed race now. Tapper down to leeward. And he comes straight back at Finnegan, who tacks in that lee bow position. So it'll be a down speed tack for Tapper as we join match number 3. It will be the Americans of Christian Prendergast, who is entering from the committee boat end in the red boat here. He's up against Oscar Engström from Sweden. So Engström at the moment one of 4 regatta leaders, with Goretta, Peroz, Eggnog Johnson and Oscar all on 5 wins apiece. They are almost looking set to make the next stage of this regatta. But Prendergast sitting up to windward here. The young American team, 3 wins and 3 losses, so they'll want to try and keep their percentage in the positives at the end of this race. As both boats now just coast in the dial-up. Oscar wanting to get out of it as quickly as he can here, starting to back his main. The Americans will bail out of here. Both boats above the start line. And again, light airs here, so wouldn't expect too much more from each team. We're probably going to see them come across the top of the committee boat and get into their final approach. But it is the Americans of Prendergast leading away from the starting line here. He goes into his first manoeuvre. So 2:12 to go. It will be a circle for him. Both teams probably only have time for one of these before they need to be heading back towards the starting line. Probably 15-20 seconds away from the committee boat end. Engstrom now going into his manoeuvre. So Engstrom happy to be pushing the American team here. Quite a hard turn by Engstrom. He's really stopped his boat here. That'll allow Christian just to choose his time back here. And at 1:35, the Americans will lead into the line. Both boats well above the committee boat lay line, so Prendergast will try and drag the game low. Engstrom, on the other hand, will only be worried about that starboard lay line. And Engstrom pushing hard here now as we get into the final minute. Engstrom looking like he's happy to continue to push here. And he's got himself locked up to windward, so he wants the right-hand side. Prendergast down to leeward. He'll control the trigger into the pin end. But for Engstrom, he has wanted the right-hand side. He's got it. And it will just be a question now of whether he can build on port tack towards that committee boat. Prendergast now puts his bow down, so both boats thinking that they're late for the line. Both happy to start triggering. Christian in a very good position here. Not a lot of runway out to the right-hand side here, so Engstrom is going to have to wait. And the Americans power up here at the moment. And they'll be in a very good position to do a simo tack here. And just as we say that, both boats go, so the young American team getting the jump on one of the regatta leaders so far. Looks like it's a nice left-hand shift as well. So that was what I think was the French coming downwind for a finish. Match 1 just coming to the end, while in match number 2 we've got what looks to be a very close race. Both boats going around the same mark there. I think it was Tapper behind, but only a boat length between the two of them. But match number 3, Prendergast from the United States. He does lead Oscar Engstrom from Sweden, Team Leros. And both boats here now hiking on the upwind leg up to 7 to 8 knots. You can see the backstay coming on with the Swedish team. So a lot of control lines on these Far East 28s. Very overpowering boat with teams of 4 or 5 bound by a weight limit of 350 kilos. And Oscar's had enough here. He's got to try and bring the game back into the middle of the racetrack. He's burnt a lot of time out to this right-hand side. Prendergast happy to continue with the tacking duel here. Both boats will be slow, but I think it was a slight better job by the young American. And in match number 1, we did have Peroz get the race win over Marcella Torre. Whilst in race 3 here, live on your screen, it is going to be Christian Prendergast from the United States. He's tacked off here, meaning he is on ley line for the top of the course. They are going to the red marker. He is up against Oscar Engstrom from Sweden. His Team Liros Racing. Currently one of the regatta leaders. Okay, coming into the top mark for the first time. I did think they were going to red, but I'm obviously wrong here. Prendergast getting the kite up and drawing. Liros Racing still coming to the mark. And both boats only separated by 2 lengths. So Prendergast leads the jibe here, but Engstrom matching him here, trying to get on his gas here. So it is an opportunity for the Swedes to get back in front here. Can they roll down across the American team? They're going to be pretty close here. And in the background you can see the blue spinnaker sailing at a completely different angle. So big knot coming. And Prendergast is going to survive it, so that left-hand shift will help the American team. They've pushed forward enough that their air is clear in front. In the background there, it looks like it could be, I think it's Tapper in the blue spinnaker. Can't see where Finnegan is. So match 1, just to recap, Perez has taken the win over Torre. Match 2, it looks like Finnegan is going to get on the board and beat the Australian team. And match 3, our feature match here, it is Oscar Engstrom from Sweden, the red shirts here, Team Liros. Scrappy bottom mark rounding by the team, but they've got themselves into clear air here. Christian Prendergast keeping a watchful eye on them though. The Americans leading at the moment over the Swedish team. So Prendergast, both boats on port tack here, heading upwind for the final time. We've had a big left-hand shift again. Breeze out to 135 degrees, so both boats will lay the top mark here. That will make it easy for the American team. It's a win that they need to keep themselves in contention for the second stage. And Christian Prendergast comes into the top mark. I'd expect to see a jibe set from the boats here. And just as we say that, the kite goes round and up. So Prendergast is on his way home to the finish line. He leads the Swedish team of Engstrom. Engstrom has got inside him here. Not a tidy set by the Swedes. They've got the kite in a wrap. You can see the crew tugging on the leech of the sail. It's a huge twist here. That head of the spinnaker is going to have to be dropped. And there you go, you can see it coming down now. But that's a huge whiny for these teams. That was all compounded at the bottom mark. Slight late drop with the right hand turn. and it is still not out. As they shake it out finally. So that's going to cost them 3 lengths. Prendergast, in the meantime, powers downwind through the finish line. It's almost a lay through. Well, it is a lay through for these guys. So the depth Engstrom has got won't do him any good. And these huge left-hand shifts will allow the Americans to come straight through the line here. So Christian on the board. That's 2 race wins for 2 for today for him. And at the end of flight 15, we had Perez beat Torre. We're waiting for confirmation on match 2, but it did look like Rory Finnegan from Ireland has managed to get his first win of the regatta. That was over the Australian team of Cole Tapper, but we'll actually wait to confirm that result. And in match 3, Pendergrast from the United States gets a win over Oscar Engstrom. So the race committee now will just rejig this course slightly. We can see still the breeze at 135. And so after a short break here, we'll come back with flight 16.
Streaming on World Match Racing Tour YouTube channel from the 25th to the 29th March. So follow us of all the action on the water.
We just flew in from to Macao airport here like 2 hours ago and just had our first sail here in lovely Macao. It's definitely going to be an interesting race course out there. We are all surrounded by land, so it's definitely going to be interesting and see how we gonna manage to win those wind shifts. Yeah, first event of the season. Definitely looking forward to it. It's gonna be a lot of great events during the year, and why not come off with a win here in Macau?
It's going to be tough. Probably a lot of teams will fight for the quarters, and we might be one of them also. We have a little new team set up, so I think that is the biggest challenge for us now, to try to level up and keep up with the teams that are more fit together. But I feel confident that we're going to give them a really hard match, and I think hopefully we're going to be very strong in the end of the week.
Racing day here at 2026 Macao Match Cup, and all 12 teams are ready to go. We run straight into the round-robin series where 12 teams will race against each other once, which means 22 flights are planned and 66 races in total to decide who will advance into the quarterfinal stage. Today the sun is out and we have 23 degrees Celsius, which is perfect for racing, and we're expecting the wind to build throughout the day at this World Match Racing Tour season opener.
Yes, the team is feeling good on the first event on the season, 2026. Last year we didn't come, but this year we are here, so yeah, pretty happy about being here, and we can't wait to be on the water to fight for the first match.
Yeah, coming into the event as the #1 seed is a new experience for us. Very exciting to have that, given all the hard work the team's done over the last couple of years and step into a position like that. But now we just want to show that there's a reason we're there and prove that with a nice result.
The Macao Match Cup returns for its second year with $100,000 prize money at stake, and the first of the round-robin matches is quickly on the way, with Pierrot from France against Zach West from Australia in the opening match. The French team are clearly motivated, and despite the efforts of the Aussies, enjoy scoring their first win of the event after a tight contest in the slowly building breeze. Expectations are high for the #1 seed from Australia, Cole Tapper, and his Kairos racing team. But the event does not start well, as through the morning he loses 2 of the 3 matches raced, while Zach West wins 2. However, it is Pierros and his match again by Nat Crew from France who set the standard, winning all 3 of their matches in superb style and really setting themselves up for a great week ahead. With the wind around 10 to 12 knots through the afternoon, racing is close in these highly responsive Far East 28 yachts. The 4th flight of the day sees an all-Scandinavian battle between Denmark's Jeppe Borch and Oscar Ekström from Sweden. In a no-holds battle, Ekström wins the start and leads round, but with the Danes chasing them all the way. On the final round downwind to the finish, as Borch attempts to overtake, the umpires make a penalty call against the Danes, leaving Oscar and his crew to cruise across to the finish line. And they continued winning through the day, taking the next 2 matches to go 3 from 3. However, in Flight 7, the Swedes go against the fiery French team of Ian Greta, seeded number 3 here and 4th in the world. With both teams unbeaten so far, the pre-start action is close. But the French team win the right side of the start and control the Swedish team on the first leg upwind, opening a lead around the first weather mark. Downwind, the Swedes stay in touch, covering Ekström, but Greta hands in and slowly edges away on the wind shifts around the course. The French team are eventually clear and go on to win, making this an impressive 4 wins from 4 matches, another excellent result for the French team here. The race management crew push on for an 8th flight of racing, making this an intense but successful day in Macau. At the end of the opening day, 2 teams, Greta and Ekström, are tied on 4 wins and 1 loss.
Pretty happy about today. I think we had a good boat handling during all the matches and good starts also.
Good conditions out there, a little bit of everything. It was quite stable for this place in the beginning and then shifted a bit. Got pulled very light at times, so all about switching those elephant's feet to small, nice ninja feet and keep the boat going fast in the light, but we usually struggle more with that, so happy with the result.
The forecast predicts strong wind at the Macao Match Cup on day 2, so expect testing conditions on the racetrack.
第29屆世遺大會宣布，澳門歷史建築群被列入世界遺產名錄，成為我國第31處世界遺產，並重新命名為澳門歷史城區。
南南到，深仔到。河東圖書館係集合咗歷史、聖奧斯定堂係一座位於澳門崗頂前。鄭家斗啦係近代中國著名思想家鄭觀嘅故居啦。咁後來鄭家行四散，但係建築物咧被完整咁保留。
叔叔似唔似啊？東望洋燈塔係澳門歷史城區嘅一部分。澳門歷史城區於2005年。我哋走啦。建於1860年嘅崗頂劇院， 原名百多祿五世劇院，係中國第一座西式劇院。This is our temple。
媽閣廟建於明代中葉，係澳門三大古廟之一。好多學者都認為喺葡萄牙人定居澳門之前，呢一度已經有供奉媽祖嘅廟。
我哋一齊做呢個啦！好啊！
Okay, we're back again for flight 16 here. We've had some upsets in flight 15. Prendergast took the win over Oscar Engstrom, whilst Rory Finnegan got on the board over Cole Tapper. We now move into flight 16, match 1 here. It is an Australian derby. Two opposite sides of the country, with Marcelo Torre from Western Australia. He is on the right side of the screen here and entering from the committee boat end. He's up against Cole Tapper from Sydney. As we hit 4 minutes, Torre comes across the top of the committee boat. So both these teams really need to get a point on the board here. Torre currently with 1 win, Tapper not much better on 2, and the dial-up already done. Torre coming flying in at Tapper here, and Tapper's been let off the hook. So breeze up to 10 knots here, beautiful conditions for flight 16. So the breeze now round to that southeast direction. We've had a southerly all morning, but it is trying to flick round to the left. And at the moment here, Torre approaching the boundary. You can see the red marker in the top of your screen here. There is a restriction zone around the pre-start box for the competitors. We are sailing on the outer harbour here in Macau. It is an active harbour, so we do have to leave some room for the cargo vessels coming through. As Tapper now goes into his first circle there, you can see they're very high in the starting box. That's a race committee boat at the top middle of your screen. And with 2:05 to go, Tapper electing to head back to the start line. Torre now swings his bow up head to wind. He won't want to get hooked to windward yet. So we'll see some fishtailing between the two boats here. Torre getting nice and close, putting the pressure on the Sydney-based team. And now 1:30 to go. Both boats about 30 seconds away from the start line. So a lot of time to kill by both teams. You can see the pin end just coming into frame at the top of your screen there. That's the red orange marker. Torre here still trying to hook. Tapper just managing to escape here. So both boats approaching the starboard ley line for the committee boat here. It won't be long to the pin ley line. 1 minute to go here. Torre pressuring Tapper at the moment. Torre now down to leeward. So the Western Australian team has pushed forward here. Question will be, can they lay? So Torre may be below this pin ley line at the moment. 40 seconds to go. Has he pushed too far? So Tapper here, happy to stay to windward. Torre, on the other hand, needs to close the gauge. He needs to force Tapper out of here. But both boats not laying the pin. And Torre now going for the big swing down. He will jibe. Tapper is tacking. So 10 seconds to go. Tapper having a slight advantage here. Torre now getting himself onto port. As Tapper will lead off the start line. Torre is up to windward though. There is enough gauge between the boats. So I will actually call this pretty even. 125 wind direction as they head upwind. And Tapper comes straight back. So Torre having to do a small duck here. Tapper takes the first intersection. But it is close between these two teams. Both of them know each other very well, having both recently been at the Warren Jones Regatta in Perth. Tapper coming out on top for his second year in a row. Torre met Tapper in the finals for both of those appearances. And now into match number 2. It is Perroz coming across the committee boat. They are going to the green marker. The French are up against the Swedish team of Oscar Engström and his team Liros. So these guys will get into a conventional dial-up. And Perroz and his match again by net team. They are the heavy hitters so far in the regatta. They have 6 wins from 7 starts and have cleared out in front at the moment. The chasing pack of Goretta, Engström and Egnok Johnson all on 5 wins. So that's the top 4 here so far. Remembering the top 8 after qualifying will make it through to the quarterfinals. So Engström will want to get the point on the board here against the French team to stay in touch at the top of the leaderboard. And both these teams know the Far East 28 boats very well. Engström finishing second at the Shenzhen final for the 2025 World Match Racing Tour. Perroz also there, finishing in 7th position. So both these teams favourites this week for the Macao Match Cup. As Perroz leads away from the starting box, he makes the decision to drive back. 1:55 to go. They're again probably only 30 seconds away from the line. So a lot of time to kill for the French. They're happy to come down towards this exclusion zone. As Engström also goes for the jibe. So Engström won't want to get hooked just yet to windward. He does need to push the game down below the committee boat ley line. You can see the race committee vessel in the background here. And Engström, Team Liros, pushing hard here against the French. But they won't quite get the hook. Their priority is getting the game back below the starboard committee boat ley line. Bauman there just calling no overlap between the boats. Perroz though under pressure early on here. He won't want to push the game too far down towards that pin ley line. As Engström swings up inside here. So Engström really wants the right end of the start line here. And both boats below the committee boat ley line. Perroz quite tight on the pin. 40 seconds to go. They look like they're a good 15-20 seconds off it. So Engstrom here keeping his eye on that committee boat. We will see a split tack start between the boats. Both boats middle of the line. It will be the Swedes heading out on port. And Peroz down to leeward, heading left. And it is quite light off the start line here, down to probably 4 to 5 knots. Both boats speed building here. And Peroz now brings his bow up on the breeze. It's a split tack start. And we've got an OCS here, so unforced error by Oscar. We did hear that horn. And Oscar has to return to the starting area. He has been called OCS. So Peroz gifted an early lead here. And really an unforced error by the Swedish team there. They had plenty of ley line to go down to the committee boat. I think it showed they weren't really expecting to be over. It took them a long time to realise. But as they head upwind, it will be Peroz leading. And now in the final match for Flight 16, it is Rory Finnegan who enters from the committee boat side. He's up against Christian Prendergast from the United States. Finnegan just got himself on the board in that last race, beating the number 1 seed Cole Tapper. Christian so far having a good morning. He's only done 2 races today, but he's got both points on the board. As both teams now go into the dial-up. And there is good gauge between the boats here, so not a lot of pressure for the Irish team as he starts to back his main. He looks like he's trying to get out of there. And Prendergast just up to windward here, so very light in the starting box here, down to 4 knots. Prendergast makes the decision to get himself out of here. Finnegan just responding, and we'll see Prendergast come across the top of the committee boat. He's done a much better job of the speed build. Very strong team on board the Americans, with Sam Gilmore, Graham Spence and Connor Marshland. Finnegan now getting his boat up to speed. Both boats coming across the top of the committee boat. There's not a lot of time left in this pre-start, so the Americans will just lead out here, looking to try and get the jibe in the next 20 seconds or so. Now, if he doesn't think he can do it, he will put the boat head to wind and stop. But at the moment, he probably doesn't actually have this jibe here. So Finnegan, here he goes. He's going to try for it. Just gets himself onto starboard. There will be a call from the umpires there. Looks like it's a pretty quick decision, so I would expect it to be greened. Okay, 1 minute to go, and Prendergast above the starboard committee boat ley line. Finnegan will want to push him down. He's carrying a lot of speed here. Just quite can't get his bow overlap, so Prendergast has nailed the turn down here. 40 seconds to go, not a lot of time to kill. And Finnegan in the background here. We can hear some whistles flying. I don't think we're going to see any penalties, but Prendergast has taken the windward position. Still got a little time to kill. Prendergast has to be... Oh, he's got to be close there. There will be the question from the Irish. Another quick decision from the umpire, so I reckon it was green. Prendergast pretty lucky there, actually, I think. So a split tack start. The Americans on port, coming back already here. Not wanting to give away too much leverage in this race. And just as we can see coming through the picture here, it is match 2, the yellow boat of Engstrom. And he trails Piroz by a long way. Piroz halfway up the beat there. And at the moment, Finnegan showing to be down to leeward and slightly ahead. He is heading out to this left-hand side, so the first intersection will be key here. Here comes Finnegan. And I think he is going to cross Prendergast at the first intersection. And Prendergast are choosing to go beneath him here, so it's a massive left-hand shift again here. And you can just see the difference in the angles for these boats. And Prendergast having to come through behind another boat as well. It is light here. So that was the starboard tack boat of Engstrom. He is well behind his opponent. But in this race here, Finnegan, top of your screen, blue boat, he leads Prendergast from the United States in the red boat to leeward. It's probably about a 40-metre lead to the Irish. Can they get their campaign back on track? They only have one win so far, but it was in that last race against the Australian Cole Tapper. So at the top mark there, we can see Piroz coming around with a sizable lead over the Swedes. Piroz will push himself out to 7 points, basically guaranteed a spot now in the quarterfinals. As Prendergast has to follow the Irish into the top mark. It's a 40-metre lead here as they go to yellow. Engstrom still coming into the top mark for match 2. And Rory Finnegan comes round the top mark in the lead yet again for his second time this regatta. It's their first top mark, so they still do have 3 legs to go. And the Irish team will just look to settle out of the top mark here. 9 knots at the moment, so it's good breeze at the top of the course. A little bit lighter at the bottom. But you can see Christian Prendergast, reasonable scorecard at the moment, 4-3. That keeps him in the middle of the pack. Whilst Rory Finnegan, 1-6 at the moment. He'll need to turn this around if he wants to make it through to the quarterfinals. Okay, Finnegan goes for a jibe here, so slightly faster set by the Americans. They could almost actually get on the gas of the Irish team here. Finnegan electing to go low. So onboard footage here, you can see Christian Prendergast on the helm. Connor Marshland trimming at the moment. Sam Gilmore, the tactician, just moving to leeward. And the Americans have good speed on this downwind leg. They're back down to 34 metres, so it is a gain to the American team. Both boats not quite laying the gate marker at the moment, so 2 jibes to go. Finnegan going very low at the moment. Not sure that mode's going to be working for him. He will be trying to make the mark, but I think there's still going to be a jibe, and here it comes. So Finnegan electing to go low. I think this will be a game back to Christian. You can see the pace of the American boat here, so both boats wanting this right-hand turn. Christian is coming, powering into the bottom mark. And Finnegan having all sorts of issues at the bottom here, so no one has run this halyard. Both boats having major problems. Christian getting the main on, Sam down the leeward trimming. But it's an even bigger stuff up on board the Irish team. They've got a knot in that halyard. You can see it off the left-hand side here. That spinnaker is still out and dragging. So Prendergast, after trailing around this mark, they're going to go for attack as well. Let's compound the issues more, boys. So Ireland, no mainsail on at the moment. And this is going to give a big delta back to the American team. That is a massive knot in that halyard. The bowman doing the best he can to try and get it out. Pressed the American team here now back in front. So after a great start by the Irish team, they've let this one slip away at the bottom. A massive knot in the spinnaker halyard. Has not seen the spinnaker go away as it should, and that has just opened the door for Christian Prendergast to get back into it. The American team wanting this win. And what was that lead to the Irish at the first top mark, the Americans now comfortably ahead. Just showing the slick crew work of these guys. And the Americans will now make the run for home, looking for a speedy set here. And the kite is up and drawing. So day 2 of the 2026 Macao Match Cup, team still figuring out the best methods to get these kites up and down. It'll be slick by Sunday. But Rory Finnegan at the moment just not having any luck with these kites, and there's another knot in a spinnaker sheet here. Skipper clearly not happy at the moment. As Prendergast powers away here. So he will get the win here unless there is a major wind shift. But for a team with the professionals on board, I wouldn't expect them to be splitting unless they can see something they like. Out to 100 meters now. And Prendergast will move to 5 points. So at the moment is Aurelian Piroz showing the rest of the fleet how it's done. He's got 7 wins out of 8 starts. He has basically booked himself into the quarterfinals. Trailing him now on 5 wins will be Engstrom, Goretta and Prendergast. So it was an important victory here for the American team. Nick Egnott Johnson also on 5 points here. So those guys looking very strong for the second stage. And then we have a flurry of teams in 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th, all on 4 points at the moment, which is being led by Bernston, Borch and West also in there. So that's your top 8 at the moment. And on the cusp, only half a point behind Tom Pico, with Cole Tapper now on 3 points. So the fight for the quarterfinals well underway here. We've got 2 more races to complete here on day number 2. We're heading into flight 17 of 22. The race committee is trying to get these 2 races done. It's just clicked over 2:40 p.m. here on day 2 of the 2026 Macao Match Cup. We'll have a short break as we get some new teams into boats and come back very shortly.
白鴿巢前地等多個廣場空間。我哋嚟睇下下一則新聞。喺北京時間7月15日下午4時10分，正在南非舉行嘅第29屆世遺大會宣布，澳門歷史建築群被列入世界遺產名錄，成為我國第31處世界遺產，並重新命名為澳門歷史城區。
蘭蘭到，心仔到。海港圖書館係集合咗歷史、聖奧斯定堂係一座位於澳門崗頂前嘅。鄭家棟啦係近代中國著名思想家鄭觀嘅故居啦。咁後來鄭家下人四散，但係建築物咧被完整咁保留。
叔叔似唔似啊？東望洋燈塔係澳門歷史城區嘅一部分。澳門歷史城區於2005年，我哋走啦。建於1860年嘅崗頂劇院，原名百多祿五世劇院，係中國第一座西式劇院。This is our temple。
媽閣廟建於明代中葉，喺澳門3大古廟之一。好多學者咧都認為喺葡萄牙人定居澳門之前，呢一度咧已經有供奉媽祖嘅廟。
我哋一齊做呢個啦。好啊。
建築遺產係澳門城市可持續發展嘅寶貴資源，承載400多年來澳門多元文化交流互鑑、和諧共存嘅生動縮影。自2005年澳門歷史城區列入世界遺產名錄及2014年文化遺產保護法正式生效後， 澳門文化遺產保護工作喺法制、管理、技術或普及推廣上都有長足嘅發展。喺文物保護修復技術方面，多年來喺遵循國際規範同經驗實踐下，確守住真實性、完整性、最少干預、可逆性以及可識別性等原則同理念，完成咗大量嘅修復工作同成果。近年文化局開展嘅文物保護修復工作與時俱進，力求緊隨現代技術嘅創新發展，促使文物保護修復工作更具科學性，更好咁延續建築遺產嘅特色同價值，為推進澳門文化事業同文化產業向前發展。此前，文化和旅遊部與澳門特別行政區簽署關於建設澳門故宮文化遺產保護傳承中心合作備忘錄，設立澳門故宮文化遺產保護傳承中心，為澳門嘅文物保護修復工作提供專業意見同技術支撐。中心內設有專業文物保護修復實驗室，着力全方位提升科技保護建築文物嘅能力，戮力培養本地修復人才，並展示國家喺建築文物保護領域嘅前沿技術同成果。澳門故宮文化遺產保護傳承中心嘅建設，將使澳門文物保護修復工作受益於故宮博物院強大嘅專業力量同技術支撐，成為多方合作同技術交流嘅新平台，助力澳門建立更為完善嘅建築遺產修復力量同體系，為澳門文化遺產保護工作書寫新篇章。
I will be there for you when the sun is shining down, when all of your dreams come true, or the world stops spinning round, just like the ocean to the sea, or like the wind into a breeze. I'm here to stay, and I'm with you, always. La da 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 da. Every moment, every day, here by your side, always.
文化遺產係本澳珍貴嘅文化資源，為咗共同守護我哋嘅文化遺產，文化局現已設立文化遺產全民通報站。大家如果發現文物建築受損，例如塗鴉、建築物失修、損毀或其他影響到文化遺產嘅狀況，就應該通報。大家可以透過呢啲渠道向文化局進行通報。文物問題齊通報，全民合作共保護。
Attention in pit lane, GP cars.
Macao Grand Prix Museum treasures every legendary moment on the Gia circuit. Feel the speed and the excitement without limits. Try interactive games suitable for the whole family.
Banana, you just proved that for us because he's not the pump. That now the
Immerse yourself in the Macao Grand Prix Museum.
路環咧係以前有好幾個古稱嘅，佢又叫做鹽灣啦、鹽座灣啦。我哋葡文嘅名字咧嘅路環咧都係叫庫路灣。咁其實呢個係從過路灣咁樣音譯過嚟嘅。喺路環呢一度咧，你會見到有好多廟宇嘅，佢係反映住漁民同埋一啲海上神明嘅重要連結啦，尤其是我哋所指嘅譚公。
路環一直被譽為澳門嘅後花園。依舊保存咗昔日漁村嘅風貌，而旅客咧亦都特意嚟到呢一度咧，享受呢度寫意悠閒嘅環境。
路環仲有 有好多值得發掘嘅地方，大家有時間不妨嚟路環呢一度悠閒地感受一下。
路環咧係澳門嘅後花園，山明水秀。除非你係好趕時間嘅，如果唔係，你真係坐低飲杯，感受下大自然嘅氣息，冇得彈嘅真係。
This is a unique place in Macau. You cannot find anywhere with an environment like this.
而家好多人咧都好中意放假過嚟路環，所以我哋鋪頭咧做啲新式啲嘅甜品，俾佢哋開心遊歷下路環。
我哋係旅客安全嘅引路人，以禮待客係我哋嘅使命。
我哋係旅客嘅購物夥伴，以禮待客係我哋嘅宗旨。
我哋係旅客嘅美食導覽員，以禮待客係我哋堅定嘅信念。
我哋係旅客嘅策劃者，以禮待客係我哋嘅核心價值。
我哋係旅客遊澳門途中嘅家，以禮待客係我哋嘅承諾。
我哋用心多一啲，旅客嘅旅程就更圓滿一啲。旅遊大使，你我都是。
Welcome to the Macao Match Cup, the opening event for the 2026 World Match Racing Tour season. It is the second time this event come to Macau, and we have 12 teams representing 7 countries. 5 days of racing are scheduled with some training sessions arranged for all the teams today. We'll have live streaming on World Match Racing Tour YouTube channel from the 25th to the 29th March. So follow us of all the action on the water.
We just flew in from to Macao airport here like 2 hours ago and just had our first sail here in lovely Macau. It's definitely going to be an interesting race course out there. We are all surrounded by land, so it's definitely going to be interesting and see how we going to manage those wind shifts. Yeah, first event of the season. Definitely looking forward to it. It's going to be a lot of great events during the year, and why not come off with a win here in Macau?
It's going to be tough. Probably a lot of teams will fight for the quarters, and we might be one of them also. We have a little new team set up, so I think that is the biggest challenge for us now, to try to level up and keep up with the teams that are more fit together. But I feel confident that we're going to give them a really hard match, and I think hopefully we're going to be very strong in the end of the week.
Racing day here at 2026 Macao Match Cup, and all 12 teams are ready to go. We run straight into the round-robin series where 12 teams will race against each other once, which means 22 flights are planned and 66 races in total to decide who will advance into the quarterfinal stage. Today the sun is out and we have 23 degrees Celsius, which is perfect for racing, and we're expecting the wind to build throughout the day at this World Match Racing Tour season opener.
Yes, the team is feeling good on the first event on the season, 2026. Last year we didn't come, but this year we are here, so yeah, pretty happy about being here, and we can't wait to be on the water to fight for the first match.
Yeah, coming into the event as the #1 seed is a new experience for us. Very exciting to have that, given all the hard work the team's done over the last couple of years and step into a position like that. But now we just want to show that there's a reason we're there and prove that with a nice result.
The Macao Match Cup returns for its second year with $100,000 prize money at stake, and the first of the round-robin matches is quickly on the way, with Pierros from France against Zach West from Australia in the opening match. The French team are clearly motivated, and despite the efforts of the Aussies, enjoy scoring their first win of the event after a tight contest in the slowly building breeze. Expectations are high for the number 1 seed from Australia, Crow Tapper, and his Kairos racing team. But the event does not start well, as through the morning he loses 2 of the 3 matches raced, while Zach West wins 2. However, it is Pierros and his match again by Nat Crew from France who set the standard, winning all 3 of their matches in superb style and really setting themselves up for a great week ahead. With the wind around 10 to 12 knots through the afternoon, racing is close in these highly responsive Far East 28 yachts. The 4th flight of the day sees an all-Scandinavian battle between Denmark's Jeppe Borch and Oscar Ekström from Sweden. In a no-holds battle, Ekström wins the start and leads round, but with the Danes chasing them all the way. On the final round downwind to the finish, as Borch attempts to overtake, the umpires make a penalty call against the Danes, leaving Oscar and his crew to cruise across to the finish line. And they continued winning through the day, taking the next 2 matches to go 3 from 3. However, in Flight 7, the Swedes go against the fiery French team of Ian Greta, seeded number 3 here and 4th in the world. With both teams unbeaten so far, the pre-start action is close, but the French team win the right side of the start and control the Swedish team on the first leg upwind, opening a lead around the first weather mark. Downwind, the Swedes stay in touch, covering Ekström, but Greta hands in and slowly edges away on the wind.
Okay, we're back here for day number 2 of the Macao Match Cup. I'm joined here now by Jeppe Borch, the skipper of Borch Racing, currently sitting in 6th position overall. Jeppe, thanks for joining me. I think everyone's sick of my voice so far for the last day and a half. We're getting into the last flight of the day. It's flight 17. So we're just about to get out on the racetrack where it will be Tom Pico up against Torre. So Pico will be entering in on the race committee side of things. But before we get into the action, Jeppe, do you just want to tell us how you've been finding the regatta so far and the conditions here in Macao?
I'm actually really positively surprised. I was, when you see the pictures here on the screen, you see how all these tall buildings just surrounding the race course, but it's actually been pretty solid conditions, quite stable from what you could expect of being surrounded by 50-story building, so pretty good.
And is this your first time to Macao?
This is the first time in Macao, and yeah, happy days.
Nice. Yeah, you guys are doing pretty well so far. It's quite a congested leaderboard at the moment. Perot's out in front with 7 wins. He's pretty much banked himself into the quarterfinals. Yourself so far with 4 wins. Still got a little bit of work to do, tied in 6th position through to 8th. So you've got 4 races to go, or 3 races to go?
3 races to go, yeah.
3 races to go, so we'll complete those tomorrow. So the Far East 28s, I think you guys have those up in Denmark and Sweden as well. You did pretty well at the Match Cup Sweden last year.
Yeah, the boats are up in Gothenburg at the Gothenburg Yacht Club. So we did a few training camps up there with Oscar and the young Swedish team, and also met up with Björn Hansen, the old legend of Marstrand, to do a few camps last year. So obviously, as you can see, Oscar and his team who racing these boats on a daily basis, they come flying out at the beginning of an event like this.
Yeah, Oscar is having another good week. He finished second last year on the World Match Racing Tour in the final in Shenzhen. Were you at that event as well?
We were at that event, and yeah, unfortunately lost the quarterfinals to Nick Johnson. Tight battle, but good sailors.
Yeah, Shenzhen, a very notoriously light weather event there. So Macau here, we've got the breeze out of the southeast at 9 knots for the final race of the day. So 2 minutes to go here with this pre-start. It is Marcello Torre who leads them out away from the committee boat. Pico from Australia as well, the French Aussie, pushing him hard here. So Yeppe, I understand there's a restriction zone around here as well. How does that change your game plan in the pre-start box?
Yeah, as you said, there's a restriction area, and you can actually use it quite a lot in the pre-start depending on if the wind is to the left or to the right. So you definitely need to be aware of where the restriction line is, and also how you can use it to advantage. Usually you can kill quite a lot of time down towards the boundary.
And out on the racetrack there, as you said, the conditions at the moment from that southeast, have you actually found a favoured side yet, or is it fluctuating between the two?
Nah, it's pretty much take each race as a new race, as you should be, because the wind is switching all around. So you just gotta sail on what you have and what you can see at the moment.
So final 1:10 to go. Both boats still above the starboard ley line and committee boat here. So Tom Pico in the driving box at the moment. So he looks like he's going to want to win the left-hand side.
Interesting to see where the committee boat is right now. Pretty sure that Tom is in a good position here. It depends on where the ley line is for the committee boat.
So here we can see with the graphic, Torre is probably just on it actually. Oh, okay, so he's just above it here. So Torre might be able to get the start in here. Pico fumbled one of these before and ended up actually on top of the committee boat. He's lost half a point there for that damage. I think that was against you actually.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, pretty huge collision there.
Yeah, it was a bloody big bang. We're about 1 kilometre away, and I think even I haven't heard it.
Oh, look at that. Look at this.
He's going for round 2 here. So Torre is going to hold him out here. Pico just getting behind him. So Torre does need to accelerate. 6 seconds to go.
4, 3, 2, 1, and here's the gun.
Okay, so that one will give to Torre. Pico isn't going to live in that windward position. He's going to have to go out straight away. What should Torre be doing from here on in?
It depends a little bit if he trusts his boat handling or not, and if he's on the lift or not. But usually you would follow Tom Pico here and follow him towards the right side, just to minimize the risk.
Yeah, there's been quite a lot of leverage actually given between the teams at the moment. I haven't seen a lot of conservative racing by anybody, but at the moment here, the southerly breeze, both boats hiking, so we're up to 9 knots here at the moment. And as we leave match 1, match 2, we're going to have Oscar Engström from Sweden. He's going to come across the top of the committee boat here. He is up against Nick Johnson, the 2022 world champion. So both these teams at the moment on 5 wins apiece. So that'll be an important tiebreaker between the two of them. So again, now splitting to the green hand marker. I think this is more to give you guys more separation on the racetrack than it is actually a shift.
Oh, really? Okay.
Well, you've been out there. It's been quite a congested little racetrack, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's definitely some quick races there. I think a race is like 9-10 minutes. So the start is important, and getting that first shift right is definitely key.
Yeah, just what we were talking about before. A lot of the teams really going for the Hail Mary in the pre-start. Some of them pulling them off better than the others. You doing that against Tom before.
Yeah, obviously they want to see the boats getting too close to each other, and that was definitely a bit too close for both teams there.
Yeah, agreed. Okay, 3 minutes to go. We're into the dial-up now. So flat conditions here in Macau. The dial-up we're able to hold for quite a long time. How do you find the Far East when they're down speed like this?
They're actually quite good boats for match racing. You really have to be over your movements in the boat. You see how the crews are working the boats really well here, jumping around to get some momentum in the boat. Yeah, well done by Nick and Oscar's teams.
So they will lead out here on port. Still plenty of time in this pre-start. Probably going to expect maybe 1 or 2 circles from both boats here. And just as we say that, here goes Engstrom. So EJ will continue out here. He will have time for a circle himself.
Does Nick have a piece of him here?
Yeah, well,
oh, let's look at that.
Potentially. A lot of skippers are using a lot of rudder in these circles here. So you can wipe off a lot of speed.
Looks like the Swedes might have made a small mistake there and put themselves on risk.
So 2 minutes to go, very early for the start area. We saw the race committee vessel in the background. They're back in the middle of the start line. So EJ doing a good job early on here.
Yeah, Nick is all about having a swing to both ways at the moment and just staying below Oscar and pushing him up towards the line again. That's his focus at the moment.
So EJ we know quite a lot about. He's been on the tour for a number of years and been around the circuit. He does the 52s. Engstrom I actually don't know too much about. He was doing the M32s I think back in the day.
Yeah, and no, some pretty good sailors, talented sailors on board that team, and some guys who have been training together for a long time. And Oscar and Rasmus did the Youth America's Cup for the Swedish team, so they're definitely skilled sailors and know how to get their way around a race course for sure.
Well, I'll let you. I'm not going to try and butcher the Danish and Swedish names. So maybe if you want to give a shout out to Oscar's team here at the moment.
Yeah, on the bow we have Philip Carlsen, who's also doing the tactics, I believe. And then we have Emil Wolfgang doing the trimming, and Rasmus on the main, and Oscar holding on to the helm.
And so back to the action here with 40 seconds to go. EJ down to leeward. He has the crew of Sam Barnett, Zach Merton and Chris Main on board. But it is going to be the Swedes who are going to roll him into the starting area here. We'll try and see where the race committee vessel is. I think we'll get a start away no matter what. And as we can see here, EJ, we can see the race committee boat just on the right-hand side here. So Engstrom will control the left-hand side. EJ's probably going to bail out here on port. Boat's getting very close.
Oh, that was close. But no collision. Looks like a left-hand shift there.
So EJ will approach the line fast.
A bit early.
We'll see if Engstrom can actually lay the pin. I kind of give that one to EJ a bit.
Yeah, might be right.
And as they head upwind, so match one around that bottom mark, and it was Torre who had the early lead. We'll try and see if we can check in to see who is leading that one. But in match two, Nick Egnott Johnson heading out here on port tack, and Engstrom on starboard, so a big split between the guys here.
They sure must be confident in their side since they do those splits.
Yeah, I know, there's a lot of splits between the guys today. And so yesterday we had really clear conditions in that lighter breeze. Today it's been fluctuating anywhere between 5 and maybe 11 knots. The cloud cover out there, has it been really affecting the racetrack at all, have you found?
Not really the clouds. Hasn't been our focus. It's just about seeing what you can spot on the water. And sometimes you can't even see it on the water before the gust hits you. So you just have to sail on what you got, and if you believe you're lifted out of the start, you have to continue, and if you believe you're in a header, you got to tag over.
And so with the outer harbour here in Macau, it's very shallow. We've actually got reduced keels on the far east here. How have you found the tidal flow as well? Has it really been affecting the racetrack at all?
When we have this direction here, it's not that big of an influence because we are sailing in towards the shallow area where the current is not very strong. But yesterday when we had a more wind from further to the left, it definitely had an impact on the race course. So you have to be aware of what way the current was going.
Yeah, yesterday morning we had that easterly kind of 4 to 6 knots for the first 5 flights of the day. Eventually went round to the south, which we've got here again today. And into the start box for match number 3, it is Finnegan from Ireland on the right hand side here. He entered from the committee boat end. He is up against Zach West from Australia, so both boats now backing down to get out of this.
We have a backing duel. But the Irish are bailing out as the first team. Zach continues.
I have to say there's a lot of teams that don't know how to do this properly yet, so hopefully by Sunday they've learned some lessons, but the boats have come together a few times when backing down. But Finnegan bailing out of here, Zach West electing to jibe. So both boats now will escape out on port. We'll see the race committee boat come back into play momentarily. This is the final race of the day, just getting over 3:10 local time. So 2:15 to go. If you were Zach here, what would be your game plan?
I think he's pretty well timed to just continue for, let's say, 15-20 seconds and then do a jibe and then do it one and in, and then see if you have a better timing than your opponent.
Yeah, completely agree with that strategy. There's been so many teams overcomplicating the pre-start box here.
Should go for a jibe in within 10 seconds or something. Let's see if he does it.
So Zach West will choose his time to go back here. Finnegan will be able to respond. Finnegan already going bow down here, so he's not going to be able to block the jibe. Finnegan has usually elected to push his opponent in here, but he is going deep, so Finnegan's going to cut him off.
As we talked about, he might have done it too late, so the Irish chose to go on the inside of him. So let's see who was right and who was wrong.
So race committee boat just through Zach West's team there. Looks like he's about 30 seconds away, so still about half the time to kill. Both boats well above the starboard ley line. That will be West's concern. Finnegan, though, does not want to get hooked here yet. He's just going to hold it off here. So 1 minute to go for match 3. West pushing Finnegan down the line. He's got to watch for this committee boat ley line. And I guess Finnegan as well, someone we haven't seen too much racing. West has been around for a while on the tour. How many times have you matched up against these guys?
I'm actually not too sure. I think I've only raced them once or twice in the last couple of years. Yeah, obviously the Irish is a bit closer to Denmark, so I have met them once or twice before. But they are quite new to the top match race events.
Yeah, and so you had a good win over Finnegan, a tough loss against Zach.
Yeah, sure.
And I think these opponents will be seeing them a lot more over the next couple of tour events. From here, we head to Long Beach for the Congressional Cup. I think we'll see you back there again this year.
For sure, looking forward to it. Always a pleasure coming back to Long Beach and the Congressional Cup.
And last year, I don't think you made a guest appearance.
No, last year we had some other sailing going on. We had some nice racing in a decent XR41.
And with your crew, if you want to give them a shout out as well, I think that a lot of them are doing some racing. We've seen Matthias Rossing down in Australia over summer. He competed at the Warren Jones and the Helly Hansen International.
Yeah, I was quite surprised to see that Matthias also knew how to steer a boat. He's been our bowman for quite some years now, and then all of a sudden he signed up for some youth events and saying that he wanted to helm. And honestly, we didn't quite believe him, but he's been doing quite all right.
He gave up our teams quite a good run for their money, particularly in Perth at the Warren Jones in the Foundation 36s. He was actually up 2-0 against Cole Tapper in the semis, but unfortunately came unstuck on the final day. But as you said, your crew at the moment, they're doing a lot of mixed sailing.
Yeah, for sure. Those guys are busy doing all kinds of sailing. Tor and Sebastian doing a lot of offshore sailing, especially on some of the old Volvo 65s and Volvo 70s. Been working on those boats. So it's nice for them to get back into the small boat sailing and the match racing again.
So we just saw Finnegan go for the tack. The skipper actually grabbing the backstay. So a lot of control lines on these boats for you to trim your sails in and out. That backstay does get caught on your mainsail a little bit. How have you been finding it this week so far?
It seems actually a little bit easier to get the battens clear of the backstay on these boats than the boats we had in Shenzhen. But yeah, you have to be really over your backstay. If you have it pulled, you know it's going to be stuck on the battens.
And so coming into the top mark here, beautiful shots from the drone. You can see the darker patches of water here. So the left-hand side really seems to have paid off for Finnegan. We've seen the late right man shift here. So again, this does allow the teams to get back into it. So we'll see as they come into the top mark. Finnegan now having to tack to get round here. But I think he's going to have quite a good lead over West.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how big a lead he got here.
Now, not being biased, I'm actually going for the Irish in this race.
And not to be biased, I do the same.
Yeah. Yeah, we're at that time of the competition where a lot of teams are keeping a close eye on the results. So far, Perez from France, he is out in front on 7 wins and only 1 loss. So he's basically sailed himself into the quarterfinals. He still will want to try and finish at the top of the leaderboard.
Oh, let's have a look at the pictures here. It looks like the trailing team has a bit more pressure than the Irish, who jibed early. They could be close down the gate.
They've been doing this a fair bit, the Irish. They do the jibe sets at the top, putting themselves a lot under pressure. I'm sure this time they had a massive twist in the spinnaker last time and the halyard. So hopefully the crew's looking at it this time. West has actually shown some quite good speed on the downwind legs.
Okay.
So
I think you can just see the Irish team on the left-hand picture in the background there.
Yeah, he's just behind, or just in front of Zach West here. So Breeze at that 180, so it's back around to the south. And Finnegan going for another jibe here.
That's a nice cross, it looks like.
So coming into the bottom mark gates here. Match 2 by the tracker. Looks like it's going to be quite a close race between Engstrom and EJ. But on board here with Finnegan, he had the lead at the top mark by 17 seconds.
Let's look at the boat handling here. It's to be nice and clean if they want to win.
So he's going for the left-hand side yet again. It worked well for him up that first beat. Looks like he's still got about a 20-metre lead over Zach West, who is looking to split. So Finnegan around that left-hand turn. West still coming through the gate. There will be a split up this second beat. Tell you what, I've got no real invested interest, and it still makes me scared when these guys do it.
And Finnegan going for the split again, even though he's ahead. Some teams might have covered up and tried to close down the race course a bit, but it seems like he's confident in his left side there.
Yeah, he's very happy at the moment. Great shots here of the Macao Harbour. West happy to power out to this right-hand side. Looks like he's in actually quite good breeze here. So yeah, West going for the tack here. Crew is on the side, so we're probably up to 9 or 10 knots. There has been quite big pressure differences out in the racetrack.
Yeah, for sure. So, and I just see the skipper going down to pull the backstay there to get the leach of the mainsail cleared. Now the Irish tack there in the background. It's going to be exciting to see who has the cross.
I think West has got himself back in here. So Trimo just going down to leeward to readjust that sail. Breeze, as we said, up to 8 or 9 knots here. Crew on the side hiking.
This is going to be close. Think we got Zach back in the game here.
Yeah, Finnegan has put himself out on this left-hand side. It did work well up the first beat.
Oh, small header for Zach. He's not going to like that.
It was looking like Zach's going to get into it, but Finnegan may have pulled a rabbit out of the hat here.
Okay, Zach just making a tack to that makes it look like he didn't have a piece of the Irish team.
So race 1 of flight 17, Tom Pico has beaten Marcello Torre. So Pico will head home on 4.5 points for the day, having a massive collision with Yeppe and the race committee boat.
Yeah,
we were all happy there wasn't a hole in it by the time you guys got off each other.
Yeah, that definitely wasn't pretty. We don't want to see the boats colliding, especially not that hot.
But a close match here. Yeah, this is going to be a good one.
Oh, wow.
So Finnegan is going to sneak around the top mark. And it is West trailing.
Let's get that spinning out.
Not a bad set this time by the Irish. Probably the best of the day for them, actually. Got to get that tack on, though. Trying to turn it into a symmetrical.
Really good hoist by Zach. He's going to be right on his hip.
Okay, so final downwind leg. Both boats within a length of each other.
Look at those kites.
What is the option here for West? What is he going to try and do?
West is going to stay on the inside and we wait to cover him on the jibe. And even if he can block the jibe here, that's going to be his winning move.
So
the question is, where is the lay line to the finish line? Are they already on it, or how big is it? Looks like Zach is going above. Might indicate that they have a long port tack to the finish line.
So if you're the Irish, what's the defensive moves here? You're still on the attack?
So it looks like Zach is going above, so you have to follow him up, not to get your air covered. And then you have to figure out where is the bias on the finishing line.
Okay, race committee vessel was just in the background there. West is going to go for the early jibe here, so he will lay through to the pin. Finnegan hoping the committee boat is biased. Good puff on Zach West here. Can he come through and get the win in the final meters here? One final jibe by Finnegan. Who's going to get it, do you think?
It's going to be close, but the Irish should be looking good.
And it will be Finnegan who is going to get his second win of the day. Yesterday struggling a little bit early on, but it's now 2 wins to the Irish. So that will complete Flight 17 and Day 2 of the 2026 Macao Match Cup. Yepe, thank you for joining me, giving my voice a little bit of a break.
Thank you for doing it, and well done.
Yeah, no, it's been enjoyable so far. Okay, so that was the final flight of the day. Wrapping up the end of day 1, it is going to be Piroz who leads the charge, 7 wins and only 1 defeat. He's clear at the top with Engström from Sweden back on 6 points. He's had more racing though than Piroz. Falling back from there, it is going to be Goretta, Prendergast from the United States and Nick Egnott Johnson all on 5 points. So they will hold positions 3rd through 6th. And then we have yourself, Jeppe Borch, with Jonny Berntsen and Zach West all on 4 points, still qualifying for the quarterfinals. So big day tomorrow for you guys.
Big day tomorrow. We have to show up for sure, because otherwise we're not going to be in it.
And what are we expecting tomorrow? Have you got the forecast at all?
I haven't actually looked at it, but yeah, from the first 2 days and the 3 days as well, it's going to be nice racing here in Macau. So.
Perfect. Well, good luck tomorrow. We hope to see you through to the quarterfinals.
Thank you very much.
You do have a big matchup against Tapper, so go easy on him. He's been struggling a bit this week, but we'll see how he goes. Anyway, that concludes today's coverage for Day 2 of the Macao Match Cup. We'll see you all again tomorrow at 10 a.m. local time for the final 5 races of qualifying before we move into the quarterfinals.
Wind shifts around the course. The French team are eventually clear and go on to win, making this an impressive 4 wins from 4 matches. Another excellent result for the French team here. The race management crew push on for an 8th flight of racing, making this an intense but successful day in Macau. At the end of the opening day, 2 teams, Greta and Engström, are tied on 4 wins and 1 loss.
Pretty happy about today. I think we had a good boat handling during all the matches, and good starts also.
Good conditions out there, a little bit of everything. It was quite stable for this place in the beginning, and then shifted a bit. Got both very light at times, so all about switching those elephant's feet to small, nice ninja feet and keep the boat going fast in the light. But we usually struggle more with that, so happy with the result.
The forecast predicts strong wind at the Macao Match Cup on day 2, so expect testing conditions on the racetrack.
蘭蘭到，心仔到。羅東圖書館係集合咗歷史、聖奧斯定堂係一座位於澳門崗頂前。鄭家鬥啦係近代中國著名思想家鄭觀嘅故居啦。咁後來鄭家行四散，但係建築物咧被完整咁保留。
叔叔，似唔似啊？東望洋燈塔係澳門歷史城區嘅一部分。澳門歷史城區於2005年。我哋走啦。建於1860年嘅崗頂劇院，原名百多祿五世劇院，係中國第一座西式劇院。This is our temple.